हेलो हाँ अटेंशन प्लीज़। सभी को नमस्कार। लंच के बाद होने वाले इस सत्र में मैं विष्णु कुमावत, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर एट ARSD कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली, आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं, हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। कार्यक्रम की आधिकारिक शुरुआत करने से पहले श्री आचार्य जी को एक संस्कृत श्लोक के द्वारा मैं नमन और श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करना चाहता हूं। श्लोक इस प्रकार है। गुरुर ब्रह्मा गुरुर विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वर गुरुर साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। अर्थात गुरु ही ब्रह्मा है, गुरु ही विष्णु है, गुरुदेव ही शिव हैं तथा गुरुदेव ही साक्षात साकार स्वरूप पर ब्रह्म है। मैं उन्हीं गुरुदेव को सादर नमन करता हूँ। ऐसा इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि आचार्य जी का संपूर्ण जीवन संघर्ष भरा रहा और सतत प्रेरणादायक रहा और ऐसा अनंत सीखने के काबिल है, तो ऐसा जीवन एक गुरु का ही हो सकता है। तो मेरा सादर नमन और श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ मैं श्री आचार्य PC रे जी को। Now to start this session, we have two chairperson to chair this session. Professor Ashok Kumar Prasad and Dr. Arvind Kumar Ranade. We have come in the sixth technical session, which is based on the influence of life and works of PC Ray on NEP, National Education Policy. Professor Ashok Prasad sir and Dr. Arvind sir, please have a seat, sir. So, let me introduce first our chairpersons. Professor Ashok Kumar Prasad. He is a currently he is serving as a head of the Department of University of Delhi, Chemistry Department, and he did his PhD from University of Delhi itself. And Dr. Arvind C. Ranade from Indian National Science Academy. He is working as a scientist and specialization in astronomy and space sciences. He has done his PhD from University Center of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune. So we welcome you, both of you, sir. Now I hand over the mic to the chairperson, Dr. Prasad.
I welcome all of you to this afternoon session, and I request the participants to kindly not talk in the hall. If there is anything urgent, you can always go out and talk. Please keep silence and try to observe the proceedings of the conference. So this is the last session of this 2 days conference, and there are two plenary speakers in this conference, and I'm glad that both the speakers are good friends of mine, and I will introduce now the first speaker, Professor Vidhu Chakravarti. Professor Vidhu Chakravarti, just to let the audience know, because here there are many participants from different colleges and schools of different schools of Delhi. Professor Vidhu Chakravarti is a professor of Political Science Department, Delhi University. He served here for a long time. And presently, Professor Chakravarti is Vice Chancellor, Vishwa Bharati in West Bengal. Professor Chakravarti did his PhD from London School of Economics and has been associated with teaching for more than 3 decades. He has taught in London School of Economics, Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and Monash University, Australia, and I also know that he was for some time in Germany and at many different places. he was a professor in the Department of Political Science. He is a professor, in fact, in Department of Political Science. And he has been a prolific writer, I must accept, and this is for information to all of you, that he has written more than 50 books. And those books has been published by best publishers of the world. And then you can imagine the stature of Professor Chakravarti in his area of activities. He was nominee of President of India for JNU Executive Council for a term, and he has brought a lot of medals and laurels. I will not read everything. With this short introduction about the speakers, first speakers of this session, Professor Vidhu Chakravarti, I invite Professor Chakravarti to kindly deliver his talk.
Can you hear me? Namaskar and good afternoon. Ashok सब कुछ बताया except one, that I don't belong to the Department of Chemistry. लेकिन केमिस्ट्री के साथ मेरा नाता काफ़ी पुराना है. ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो गई कि मैं केमिस्ट्री को पॉलिटिकल साइंस सिखाऊंगा और केमिस्ट्री वाला मेरे को केमिस्ट्री सिखाएंगे. लेकिन मैंने थोड़ा बहुत पॉलिटिकल साइंस सिखा लिया, लेकिन केमिस्ट्री मैं सीख नहीं पाया. उसका मतलब कैसा टीचर मिला मेरे को, आप सोचिए. पहले बात जो है, देखिए, मेरे लिए जब भी कोई इस तरह इन्विटेशन आता है, आई इमीडिएटली एक्सेप्ट इट, क्योंकि मेरे लिए घर वापसी. इसमें मैं लगभग 30 साल पढ़ाया. उसके बाद ये लोगों का मेरा मुख पसंद नहीं हुआ, इसलिए धकेल दिया मेरे को, बाहर भेज दिया, बंगाल भेज दिया. दिल्ली में रहने का मैं लायक नहीं हूँ, इसलिए कह रहे बंगाल चले जाओ. अब बंगाली हो, बंगाल चले जाओ. फिर भी कभी कभी मौका मिलता है, जैसा अशोक जैसा दोस्त है, कभी कभी मौका मिलता है आने के लिए. तो जब ये मौका मिला, मैंने एक दिन के लिए आया, फिर भी मैंने आया. सेकंड जो पॉइंट है, देखिए, मैं किस जवान से बात करूं, क्योंकि जो पहले इंट्रोडक्शन दिया था, हिंदी में बात किया, तो मैं थोड़ा घबरा गया. क्योंकि अगर आज भी मैं हिंदी में जब बात करता हूँ, लोग मेरे को कहते हैं, सर आप बंगाली हो. 30 साल में दिल्ली बिताने के बाद भी हमारा एक्सेंट में शायद रसगुल्ला का वाला कुछ आ जाता है. फिर भी मैंने कोशिश करूँगा हिंदी में बोलने के लिए, क्योंकि अंग्रेजी मैं थोड़ा बहुत बोल लेता हूँ, लेकिन उतना आपका प्रोफेसर प्रसाद जैसा उतना एफिशिएंट नहीं हूँ, से उसमें और डर लगता है. अंग्रेजी भूल कर तो कहेंगे टीचर अंग्रेजी में गलत से बात कर रहा है, तो और क्रिटिसिज्म होगा. इसलिए मैं हिंदी में कोशिश करूँगा. बीच बीच में एक दो सेंटेंस में अंग्रेजी बोलने का लायक हूँ. ये जो दुविधा, ये किस जबान से मैं बात करूँ, ये दुविधा मेरा नहीं है, ये दुविधा हिंदुस्तानियों का है. क्योंकि इतना साल आज़ादी के बाद 75 होने वाला, हम लोग अभी ऐसा कोई जबान बना नहीं पाए जिस जबान से हम लोग सब आपस में बात कर सकते हैं. तो ये दुविधा जब से अंग्रेज हुकूमत यहाँ से आया तब से शुरू हुआ. इसीलिए मैं एक शेर से आपको हमारा जो बोलना है, जो वक्तव्य वो हम पेश करूँगा. सीख तो ली आगे बढ़ के, सीख तो ली आगे बढ़ के, अंग्रेजी जबान डर है कि गूंगा हो जाएगा हिंदुस्तान. तो इसीलिए मैं सोचा था, मैं जब भी दिल्ली आया तब से मैं सोचा था एक ऐसा एक जबान सीखना चाहिए जिसमें कम से कम हिंदुस्तानी सभी से बात करना चाहिए, हम कर पाएंगे। देखिए, इसके लिए क्रेडिट हमारा नहीं है, ये क्रेडिट है बॉलीवुड का। बॉलीवुड के बजाय आप देखेंगे क्या साउथ जाइए, क्या नॉर्थ जाइए, क्या ईस्ट, सभी लोग लगभग हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं। तो जो हिंदुस्तान का लीडरशिप नहीं कर पाया, ये बॉलीवुड ने कर दिया। तो इसलिए मेरा उम्मीद है कि आप लोग सब जो हिंदी में मैं बात करूंगा थोड़ा बहुत समझ लेंगे। दूसरी बात है, यहाँ पे बोलना है एक महापुरुष के बारे में, आचार्य पीसी रे। आज जब आया था हमारा दोस्त अजय, कहा कि भाई पीसी रे के बारे में आपको तो बोलना ही चाहिए कि आप बंगाली हो। ठीक है, वो बात सही है। दूसरा बात है, कह रहे हाँ आपका बाल सफ़ेद है और दाढ़ी नहीं है, तो वो तो रख लो, आप भी पीसी रे बन जाओगे। भाई ये तो महापुरुष है, उसका साथ तो मैं तो एक छोटा सा एक पिग्मी हूँ। फिर भी केमिस्ट्री के बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि आज सुबह बात हो रहा था, ये जरूर लोगों ने उसका जो फेमस किताब है, मैं थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा उसका, हिस्ट्री ऑफ हिंदू केमिस्ट्री, जो 1902 और 1908 में 2 वॉल्यूम से आया, जिसमें चरक सुश्रुत के बारे में बात किया गया। उसके बारे में मैंने थोड़ा तैयारी किया, लेकिन मैंने सोचा था उसके बारे में केमिस्ट्री लोगों का सामने बोलना मतलब बेवकूफ़ी, तो मैं दूसरा कुछ बारे में कहूँगा। बट पीसी रे के साथ जरूर जुड़ूंगा और एनईपी के साथ जुड़ूंगा, क्योंकि पीसी रे तो चले गए 1944 में, आज भी रेलिवेंस क्या है, और पीसी रे के साथ एनईपी का कोई संपर्क है कि नहीं, ये 2 सवाल मेरा दिमाग में है। The PC ray, is he relevant today? And secondly, is there any connection between the contribution of PC ray and NEP? ये 2 सवाल का जवाब मैं देने की कोशिश करूंगा। बट ये सवाल जवाब दूंगा मैं, कभी कभी आपको मैं पंक्तियाँ सुनाऊंगा, हिंदी पंक्ति इन ए बंगाली एक्सेंट, थोड़ा क्षमा करिए उसके लिए। ये जो बात जो कह रहे हैं प्रफुल्ल रे का कंट्रीब्यूशन समझने के लिए, मेरे हिसाब से इतिहास का छात्र हूँ, मेरे समझ से उस टाइम का जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट वो समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसके बारे में मेरा कहना नहीं है, इसके बारे में प्लेटो साहब 3rd सेंचुरी बीसी में कुछ कह के गया। तो मेरे हिसाब से वो है एक फॉर्मेट, जिस फॉर्मेट से मैं पीसी रे को देखने की कोशिश करूँगा। क्या बताया था प्लेटो ने? कह रहा है एवरी फिलोसोफर इज ए चाइल्ड ऑफ हिज टाइम। तो उस टाइम के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, इसीलिए पीसी रे बना। लेकिन हिंदुस्तान का आज़ादी का लड़ाई में जब हम बात करते हैं, फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल की बात करते हैं, तब हमने गांधी जी का बात करते हैं, सुभाष बोस का बात करते हैं, पहले बाल गंगाधर तिलक का बात करते हैं। लेकिन ये जो साइंटिस्ट जो थे, ये लोग शायद आज़ादी का लड़ाई में उतना डायरेक्टली शामिल नहीं हुए, लेकिन ये लोग भी आज़ादी का लड़ाई को मदद किया। तो मेरे हिसाब से जिस तरह गांधी जी इम्पोर्टेंट है आज़ादी का लड़ाई में, पीसी रे उसी हिसाब से इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि पीसी रे का जो कारण था, पीसी रे का जो ऑब्जेक्टिव था, ये ऑब्जेक्टिव था हिंदुस्तानियों को प्रिपेयर करना मेंटली टू सपोर्ट द मूवमेंट which गांधी spearheaded। मतलब हिंदुस्तानियों को सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट, सेल्फ रिलायंट करने के लिए जो कोशिश, ये कोशिश मेरे हिसाब से पीसी रे ने किया। लेकिन ये कोशिश करने के लिए पीसी रे को बहुत समस्या झेलना पड़ा। इसीलिए अंग्रेज लोग उसको कहते थे that he was a scientist, he was a revolutionary in the garb of a scientist। He was a revolutionary in the garb of a scientist। उसके बारे में बात मैं थोड़ा देर बात करना चाहता हूँ। अभी जब प्लेटो का बात किया, तब आप लोग सोचेंगे कि शायद प्लेटोनिक जो आइडिया है, ये आइडिया हम लोग को मदद करते हैं कोई भी महापुरुष को सोचने के लिए, समझने के लिए। मैं इसको गलत समझता हूँ। इसको मैं कहता हूँ ये इट इज़ रॉन्ग टू फोकस ऑन प्लेटो टू एक्सप्लेन द पास्ट, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान का जो इतिहास है, इतिहास में वेद और उपनिषद का काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है, जो आज हम लोग थोड़ा बहुत फिर कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए पीसी रे के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आज़ादी का बाद इसके बारे में लगभग हम लोग भूल गए। तो मैंने 3rd सेंचुरी बीसी का बात किया, प्लेटो का जो एक्सप्लेनेशन, उससे बहुत पहले उपनिषद में, स्पेशली ईशोपनिषद में जो कहा, जो वो पंक्ति आप सुनोगे तब आप भी याद सोचोगे कि ये लोग उस जमाने में, पता नहीं कब हुआ, मतलब 10-15 हज़ार साल पहले, तब भी सोचा था यही बात जो प्लेटो ने कहा 3rd सेंचुरी बीसी में। तो इसके लिए मैं 2-4 पंक्ति आपको सुनाना चाहता हूँ, एक्सप्लेन करूँगा, उसके बाद मैं पीसी रे के बारे में थोड़ा कुछ कहूँगा। ईशोपनिषद, अभी जानते हैं आप लोग, जो टोटल उपनिषद था लगभग 107, लेकिन 107 उपनिषद नहीं पाया गया, ओनली 17 उपनिषद पाया गया। और 17 उपनिषद में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण उपनिषद जो है वो है ईशोपनिषद। तो ईशोपनिषद का 2-4 पंक्तियां मैं आपसे शेयर करूंगा, उसके बाद मैं एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश करूंगा। जो प्लेटो ने शायद पढ़ा नहीं, वही आइडिया अपने टेक्स्ट में दिया। क्या था? पहले जो पंक्तियां ईशोपनिषद से मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूं, ये संस्कृत में है, हिंदी में नहीं है, तो संस्कृत थोड़ा बहुत मेरा आता है। ईशवाश्यम इदं सर्वं जत किंच जगत्यं जगत। ईशवाश्यम इदं सर्व जत किंच जगत्यं जगत। तेनो तक्तेनो भुंजिता माँ गृधो कशविश्वम धनम। माँ गृधो कशविश्व धनम। देखिए, दिस इज वेरी critical and important to understand the past and those who create the past, because P.C. Ray was the one who created past in accordance with his own priorities. इसीलिए हम इसको महापुरुष कहते हैं। इसीलिए आज 1944 में जिसका देहांत हुआ, आज 2022 में इसके बारे में चर्चा कर रही है। जरूर कुछ किया होगा। तो ये जो पंक्तियां वो ईशोपनिषद से बोला, इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब है कि जितना आप देख रहे हैं आपका आसपास, जो जिंदा है, ये सब भगवान का सृष्टि, भगवान का देन। और दूसरी डायमेंशन क्या है? जब क्योंकि ये भगवान का देन है, आपका कुछ नहीं है, ये रक्षा करने के लिए आपको भेजा गया, लेकिन कब्जा करने के लिए नहीं। जो आप देख रहे हैं चारों तरफ, ये सब भगवान का देन है। इसको रक्षा करने के लिए आपको इंसान करके भेजा गया, लेकिन कब्जा करने के लिए नहीं। ये पहला बात है। और दूसरा है आत्मानं नो तबं कृधि, आत्मानं अभयं कृधि, आत्मानं अमृतं कृधि। आपका जो योर एग्जिस्टेंस एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग has to be connected with the Almighty. The moment you connect yourself with the Almighty, you understand how little, how small you are. So, even if you are proud of being a good chemist or good political scientist or good leader, it matters little, because in the face of Bhagavan or Almighty, you are nothing. And finally, जिसके बारे में आप लोग सब जानते हैं, जो ईशोपनिषद का बानी था, असतो माँ सद्गमय, तमसो माँ ज्योतिर्गमय, मृत्युम माँ अमृतम गमय। असत्य मीन्स झूठ से सही जगह पे ले चलो मेरे को। तमस मीन्स डार्कनेस से ज्योति, रश्मि, लाइट की तरफ ले चलो। और मृत्यु, डेथ से सबलिमिटी तक ले चलो। देखिए, ये 3 जो पंक्तियां मैंने क्यों कहा? इसीलिए कहा, देखिए तीनों पंक्तियां आर एप्लीकेबल टू द लाइफ ऑफ पीसी रे। पीसी रे ऐसा एक इंसान थे जो कभी दूसरों धनों में कभी लोभ नहीं किया, कब्जा नहीं किया। बिकॉज ये स्टोरी नहीं है, ये हकीकत है। जो उसका जो तनख्वाह मिलता था 700 रुपया उस जमाने में, उसका सब पैसा वो दे देते छात्र स्टूडेंट को काम करने के लिए। लेबोरेटरी में सामान खरीदने के लिए। तो उसका मतलब वो कभी सोचते नहीं जो तनख्वाह मेरे को मिल रहा है वो तनख्वाह हमारा है, ये तनख्वाह समाज का है। तो उसका मतलब जो समाज के लिए काम करने के लिए जो बंदा पैदा हुए वो बंदा उसी काम किया, उसका मतलब है वो महापुरुष। तो उपनिषद का वाणी से हम पीसी रे को समझ सकते हैं। दूसरा जो काम कंट्रीब्यूशन है कि पीसी रे जब काम कर रहे थे बंगाल में, आपको पता है ये मिकौले साहब हुआ करते थे, टीबी मिकौले। ये टीबी मिकौले सबसे नुकसान किया हिंदुस्तानियों में। वो कहते थे कि हिंदुस्तानियों को ख़त्म करने के लिए बॉम्ब मारना नहीं चाहिए, हिंदुस्तानी ख़त्म कर लिए हिंदुस्तान को मारना नहीं चाहिए, इसको शिक्षा जो व्यवस्था है एजुकेशन सिस्टम उसको ख़त्म करो। तो क्या किया, इंग्लिश एजुकेशन चालू कर दिया इन प्लेस ऑफ इंडिजिनस एजुकेशन ना 1835 में। तो जब क्यों चालू किया, क्योंकि अंग्रेज लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, उसको ऑफिस में काम करने के लिए क्लर्क चाहिए, बात करने के लिए हिंदुस्तानी चाहिए। तो इसीलिए ये सब तैयार करने के लिए वो ज़बरदस्ती इंग्लिश एजुकेशन चालू कर दिया। और आप जानते हैं हिंदुस्तानी तो चापलूसी में माहिर है, तो हिंदुस्तानी चापलूसी करने के लिए सब इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल में दाखिल हुए। तो इन कोर्स ऑफ टाइम जब पीसी रे पैदा हुए, पीसी रे जब काम कर रहे थे, तब देखा ये बंगाली जो पूरा कम्युनिटी क्लर्क बन गए। क्लर्क काम तो आसान है, सुबह 9 बजे ऑफिस जाओ, 5 बजे वापस आ जाओ, महीने का अंत में तनख्वाह मिल जाए, कोई परेशान नहीं है, काम करते रहो। तो पहला जो धक्का जिसको कहते हैं, पहले जो अटैक ऑन बंगाली मेंटालिटी, बंगाली भी तो उससे बंगाली था, इसीलिए मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बंगाल पर भी, मतलब पीसी रे के दिमाग में हिंदुस्तान था। ये बंगाली को पहले अटैक करो, आप ये पैदा नहीं हुए केरानी बनने के लिए, क्लर्क बनने के लिए। तो पहले ये बात का बताया। दूसरा कह रहा है जी ठीक है, ये तो समझता हूँ कि आप क्लर्क बन गए, लेकिन डोंट गेट डिसहार्टन, मौका है, आप आगे बढ़ोगे। तो इसीलिए कि पीसी रे ने जो कि आपको पता है, इसके बारे में जरूर चर्चा हुई होगी, बंगाल केमिकल बनाया था, बंगाल केमिकल फार्मास्यूटिकल्स कंपनी। ये बंगाल केमिकल फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी आज भी है। एंड आप आज पता नहीं जो बंगाल का है, उसका फिनाइल बहुत पॉपुलर है, वो मिलता नहीं मार्केट में आज भी, क्योंकि उतना बना नहीं पाते। बट एक ज़माने में दवाई वगैरह सब वो करते थे, एंड इट वाज द फर्स्ट इंडिजिनस अटेम्प्ट एट मेकिंग मेडिसिन बाय द इंडियंस। अंग्रेज लोग बहुत कोशिश किया उसको बंद करने के लिए, क्योंकि नाइट्रिक एसिड लेके काम करते थे, और नाइट्रिक एसिड और बॉम्ब बनाने में कुछ संपर्क है, ये केमिस्ट वाला बोल पाएंगे। तो इसीलिए उसका जो फैक्ट्री का कई बार बंद कर दिया, डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया, लेकिन फिर भी वो कभी मतलब ये कभी सोचा नहीं कि हम बंगाल केमिकल बंद कर देंगे, कोशिश करते रहे। तो इसीलिए उसको बारे में अंग्रेज लोग कहते थे, मैंने बताया ना, रेवोल्यूशनरी इन द गार्ब ऑफ साइंटिस्ट। ना आप सोच सकते हैं भाई इतना कष्ट के बावजूद पीसी रे क्यों काम कर पाया और क्यों किया? क्योंकि पीसी रे के नाम तो हम सुनते हैं, उसका साथ साथ कई लोग थे जो लोग हिंदुस्तान को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, सेल्फ रिलायंस हिंदुस्तान करने के लिए ये लोग भी काम किया। उसमें आपको मानते हैं जो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कल्टिवेशन ऑफ साइंस जो बनाया था महेंद्र लाल सरकार, देन हमारा डॉक्टर नीलरतन सरकार, ही वॉज ए मेडिकल डॉक्टर, जिसके नाम पे आजकल एक मेडिकल कॉलेज भी बनाया गया, जगदीश चंद्र बोस, ये सब लोग पीसी रे के साथ काम करते थे। देखिए ये लोग डायरेक्टली इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में कभी पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया, अंग्रेज लोगों के साथ काम किया, विदेश गए थे, विलायत इंग्लैंड गए थे, वहाँ पे डिग्री लेके वापस आया। लेकिन पीसी रे का जो इनिशिएटिव था, इस इनिशिएटिव के साथ ये लोग जुड़ गए। कारण एक ही था, हिंदुस्तान को सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाना होगा। तो मेरे हिसाब से पीसी रे एंड जो मैंने नाम बताया, ये लोगों का कंट्रीब्यूशन कभी हम लोग एसेस नहीं किया। जब भी आज़ादी का लड़ाई का बात करते हो तभी गांधी जी का नाम आ जाता है। सही, मैं गांधी जी का अंडरमाइन नहीं कर रहा हूँ, गांधी जी बहुत कुछ किया, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम Gandhiji could have done all these things simply because he was supported by these people who wanted to make India self-reliant. तो उस हिसाब से पीसीरे का कंट्रीब्यूशन इंटरेस्टिंग। तीसरा बात है, दूसरा बात है पीसीरे इस तरह कैसे पहुंचा इस जगह में। देखिए, हर स्टूडेंट का पीछे एक गुरु का कंट्रीब्यूशन होता है। जो अभी आपने जो श्लोक बताया गुरु का बारे में, ये बहुत सही बात किया आपने। क्यों? पीसीरे अपना जो ऑटोबायोग्राफी है, जो कम पढ़ते, बांग्ला में लिखा, काफ़ी मोटा ऑटोबायोग्राफी, उसमें हर क्षण का बात किया, जन्म से जब तक वो एक्टिव थे तब तक। तो उसमें वो कहा गया दैट आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट टू हैव टीचर्स लाइक सुरेंद्रनाथ टैगोर, सॉरी सुरेंद्रनाथ बैनर्जी, केशव सेन एंड अमूल्य गांगुली। ये तीन नाम बार बार जिक्र किया। केशव सेन, सुरेंद्रनाथ बैनर्जी का नाम तो पता है, सुरेंद्र बैनर्जी कांग्रेस के प्रेसिडेंट रह चुके। केशव सेन ब्राह्मण समाज का एक बहुत बड़े एक्टिविस्ट थे। लेकिन अमूल्य गांगुली, ही वॉज ए टीचर ऑफ केमिस्ट्री इन विद्यासागर कॉलेज, जहाँ पे पीसीरे पढ़ते थे। ये अमूल्य गांगुली, जैसे पीसीरे का अपने लाइफस्टाइल देख रहे थे, जैसा चेहरा देख रहा है, जैसे संत जैसा, ये अमूल्य गांगुली का फोटोग्राफ पीसीरे रखते थे। क्योंकि सुरेंद्रनाथ बैनर्जी साहब थे फिरंगी, वो बांग्ला में बात करते ही नहीं कभी। केशव सेन भी ऐसा ही, ब्राह्मण समाज में बांग्ला में बात करते ही नहीं। लेकिन अमूल्य गांगुली ऐसा एक टीचर था जो गांव से आया हुआ। अमूल्य गांगुली ऐसा एक टीचर था जो टीचर पीसीरे को बांग्ला में समझते थे, क्योंकि गांव का बंदा था, उसको अंग्रेजी उतना आता नहीं। तो इसीलिए टीचर का जो रोल था, टीचर का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन था, इसके बारे में पीसीरे बार बार जिक्र किया। इसका साथ साथ और एक इंसान का नाम लिया हो, वो है गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले। ना गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले के साथ वो गांधी जी का तुलना किया। आप जानते हैं गांधी जी बनने में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका था गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले। ये गोखले साहब साउथ अफ्रीका गए थे। साउथ अफ्रीका जाके गांधी से मुलाकात हुआ एंड वो कहा कि आप हिंदुस्तान आ जाइए, काम करिए। तो गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले गांधी जी गुरु मानते थे। लेकिन वो एक दिन कलकत्ता में गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले सुनने के गए पीसीरे। आत्मचरित में लिखा, कह रहे मैं तो कभी उतना इम्प्रेस नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि एक ही थीम के बारे में बहुत कुछ कह दिया। ही वॉज नॉट ए पॉलिटिशियन, ही वॉज ए टीचर, दैट इज वॉट पीसीरे सेड। क्योंकि देखिए पॉलिटिशियन लोग क्या करते थे, कई थीम के बारे में बहुत कुछ बोलते, जैसे हमारा अभी भागी साहब थोड़ा कुछ बोलेंगे शायद। लेकिन टीचर लोग क्या कहते हैं, एक ही थीम लेके बार बार टच कर, इसलिए कई लोग सो भी गए। मैं देख रहा हूँ, हमारा दोस्त थिरुमल भी देखिए सो गया। आप देखिए ये टीचर का प्रॉब्लम है, ये मुझे मालूम है। थिरुमल आप सो जाओ, कोई बात नहीं, टीचर ऐसा ही बोलते हैं। तो ऐसा पीछे भी कहीं सो गया, मैं देख रहा था। तो गोखले के बारे में पीसीरे का यही सोच था, जो गोखले एक टीचर थे, एक ही थीम के बारे में बार बार कहते जा रहा है। तो कह रहे गांधी जी इसका कैसे इतना अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं। तो गोखले कभी गुरु नहीं माना। गुरु माना सुरेंद्रनाथ बैनर्जी, केशव सेन और अमूल्य गांगुली। अभी मैं निष्कर्ष में आ रहा हूँ। पहले तो एक है मकसद क्या था पीसीरे का। आपने हिंदू केमिस्ट्री अगर पढ़ोगे तो लोग सोचेंगे आज के दिने जो शायद वो हिंदुत्व के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, ये गलत बात है। हिंदू के बारे में जो बात बता रहे थे उसका समझ में यही था, जो आप जानते हैं जो एक जमाने में जो हिंदुस्तान बात हम जब करते हैं, तब हम हिंदू ऐसा एक स्थान का बात नहीं करते जहाँ पे हिंदू रहता है। जब अलेक्जेंडर हिंदुस्तान में आए थे, सिंधु रिवर था, उसका बैंक में जो लोग रहते थे उसको वो हिंदू कहा, क्योंकि ग्रीक में एस प्रोनाउंस नहीं होता है। तो उसी हिसाब से एक जगह का रहने वाला बंदा को हिंदी कहा जाता है। तो जब हिंदू व्यू ऑफ केमिस्ट्री का बात कर रहे हैं, तब पीसी रे के दिमाग में यही था। वो तो डिटेल उसमें चौड़क शस्त्रुत का बात कर रहे हैं, पुराना जमाना का बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बार बार कहा, जो आजकल हम लोग नहीं कहते हैं, ये कभी नहीं कहा कि भाई चौड़क शस्त्रुत जो कहा, जो किया वो वापस लाओ। कह रहे वापस नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि समाज बदल गए। लेकिन चौड़क का शस्त्रुत जो कहा, जो किया, ये that could be a source of inspiration. So to look back at the activities of PC Ray, आजकल जो यंग हमारा स्टूडेंट वगैरह रह रहे हैं, उसको एक यही कहना है, देखिए ये मत सोचिए that we are trying to, I'm sure organizers also agree with me, that we are trying to bring back the days of PC Ray. ये नामुमकिन, ये हो ही नहीं सकता। लेकिन PC Ray का जो काम करने वाला जो तरीका, ये तरीका हम लोग एब्जॉर्ब कर सकते हैं, हम लोग एडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए पीसी रे के बारे में हम लोग सोचते हैं। क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? टू बी सेल्फ रिलायंट। सेल्फ रिलायंट मतलब ये नहीं है बेंगल केमिकल बनाओ। सेल्फ रिलायंट मतलब यह है कि अपना कपड़ा धो, अपना खाना बनाओ, अपना जो दोस्त वगैरह है उसको ध्यान रखो, जो आपको करना चाहिए यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ने के लिए वो करो। तो सेल्फ रिलायंट का एक वाइडर कॉनोटेशन पीसी रे ने दिखाया कि भाई आप अपना काम खुद करो, क्योंकि जो उपनिषद का बात मैंने कहा कि भगवान का सामने आप ऐसे छोटा सा पिग्मी हो, तो जो कर रहे हैं आप बिल्कुल टू लुक आफ्टर दी वेल्थ लेफ्ट बाय भगवान। और दूसरा जो बात है जिसके बारे में कहा रेवोल्यूशन इन द गार्ब ऑफ ए साइंटिस्ट, ऐसा बहुत स्टोरी आया उसमें, आत्मचरित में अगर देखोगे तब देखोगे बहुत रेवोल्यूशनरीज को उस जमाने में दो हिस्सा में बांटा जाता था रेवोल्यूशनरीज को। एक था अनुशीलन समिति, एक था जुगांतर। जुगांतर वेस्ट बंगाल बेस्ड और अनुशीलन वाज ईस्ट बंगाल बेस्ड। तो ये बहुत लोग जब कलकत्ता आते थे तब पीसी रे का घर में रहते थे, और पीसी रे के साथ अंग्रेज का संबंध इतना अच्छा था तो नॉर्मली ये लोगों को अंग्रेज का पकड़ नहीं पाते। तो इसीलिए ही ऑल्सो गेव शेल्टर टू द रेवोल्यूशनरीज एंड एट द सेम टाइम, जिसके लिए अंग्रेज लोग बहुत परेशान हो गए, जे ही ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडेड मटीरियल फॉर मेकिंग बॉम्ब्स। जो नाइट्रिक एसिड का बात मैंने कहा, ये इसीलिए एक ज़माना में बंगाल केमिकल बंद कर दिया था। 1901 से 1903 ये बंद रखा, क्योंकि ये लोगों का बिल्कुल क्लियर आइडिया आ गया कि यहीं से नाइट्रिक एसिड जा रहा है जिसके लिए इतना बॉम्ब बना रहा है बंगाल। उस टाइम बंगाल में बहुत टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ था बाय द सो कॉल्ड रेवोल्यूशनरीज। तो देखिए मैं अभी लास्ट पॉइंट में आ गया दैट पीसी रे के बारे में सोचने के लिए आप लोग केमिस्ट्री वाला जरूर उसका किताब पढ़िए, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम मेरे हिसाब से जो सोचना चाहिए, ये पीसी रे का जो मूल मतलब निष्कर्ष अगर कहा जाए, ये निष्कर्ष है जे अपने आप को बनाओ, अपने आप आपका बारे में ध्यान रखो। आप मतलब यहाँ यू नॉट द इंडिविजुअल, ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द कलेक्टिविटी, एंड वंस यू हैव इम्बाइब दैट हैबिट देन सोसाइटी का प्रोग्रेस विल टेक प्लेस ऑटोमेटिकली। सो मूल जो मंत्र है, ये मंत्र अभी एनईपी में आ रहा हूँ मैं। एनईपी में देखिए जो बेसिक चीज किया था एनईपी में, अगर एनईपी का डॉक्यूमेंट आप देखोगे 86 पेजेस जरूर देखना चाहिए। उसमें क्या लिखा कहा गया, इशू वैल्यूज का बात कर रहे हैं, वैल्यूज, मूल्यबोध, कंसर्न फॉर अदर्स। क्या वैल्यूज था? एथिक्स एंड ह्यूमन वैल्यूज दैट नीड टू बी हाईलाइटेड। सेकेंड, promoting multilingualism and power of language in teaching and learning. Promoting multilingualism, देखिए जैसे मैंने बताया we are instinctively multilingual. घर में बांग्ला बोलते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी में आके अंग्रेजी में थोड़ा बोल लेता हूँ, आप लोगों से मिलने के बाद हिंदी भी बोलने लगा, थोड़ा उर्दू शेर शायर भी करता हूँ। देखिए ये हिंदुस्तानियों का कैरेक्टर है। बाहर वालों यूरोप में जाइए, यूरोप में देखिए लोग एक ही लैंग्वेज बोल सकता है। कोई अंग्रेज को बोले भाई आप हिंदी में बोलो, हाँ अरे आप कैसा हो, नहीं के आप क्या करते हो, ठीक है, बट डिटेल में जाइए मुश्किल हो जाएगा। थर्ड है लाइफ स्किल, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये पीसी रे का बात है, कम्युनिकेशन एंड रेजिलियंस एंड टीम वर्क, कम्युनिकेशन, रेजिलियंस एंड टीम वर्क, मतलब आपस में बात करने तभी तो प्रॉब्लम सुलझा पाओगे। रेजिलियंस मीन्स आपको सहना पड़ेगा, बहुत प्रॉब्लम आता है लाइफ में, आपको वो रेजिलियंट मतलब सहना पड़ेगा। और टीम वर्क, एक बंदा में काम नहीं होता है, सबको लेके चलना पड़ता, सबको लेके चलना पड़ता। देन ये क्या है, रूटेडनेस एंड प्राइड इन इंडिया, इसके बारे में क्यों कहा गया? देखिए आप जो इसके बारे में पढ़ा, 1986 में, 1964 में कोठारी कमीशन, 1986 में एजुकेशन, नेशनल एजुकेशन कमीशन, उसका अमेंडमेंट हुआ 1992 में। अगर ये देखोगे इसमें हिंदुस्तानी के बारे में जब बात है ही नहीं, पूरा वेस्टर्न एजुकेशन, तो हिंदुस्तान के बारे में, जैसे पीसी रे के बारे में उस जमाने के लोगों को पूछेंगे पता ही नहीं, वो आचार्य पीसी रे, लेकिन इतना काम उसका लोगों को पता नहीं है। तो एनईपी ऐसा एक डॉक्यूमेंट है जिस डॉक्यूमेंट में कोशिश किया जा रहा है जो पुराना दिन का जो हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन, पुराना दिन का जो सोर्सेज ऑफ प्राइड, इसको सामने लाओ। नॉट दैट वी विल हैव टू इमिटेट देम, नॉट दैट वी विल हैव टू ब्रिंग देम बैक, बट दे विल एक्ट एज सोर्सेज ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन। लेकिन ये क्यों चाहिए, इसमें मैं ये 2-4 पंक्तियों में मेरा बात खत्म करूंगा। श्रद्धा, श्रद्धा ज्ञान देती है, श्रद्धा ज्ञान देती है, नम्रता मान देती है, नम्रता मान देती है, यज्ञता स्थान देती है, यज्ञता स्थान देती है। पर तीनों जॉब एक साथ मिल जाए, पर तीनों जॉब एक साथ मिल जाए, मतलब श्रद्धा, नम्रता एंड यज्ञता, तो व्यक्ति को हर जगह सम्मान देती है, तो व्यक्ति को हर जगह सम्मान देती है। यही पीसी रे का कंट्रीब्यूशन है। इसके बाद फाइनल एक 2-4 पंक्तियां, ये सूर्यकांत त्रिपाठी निराला का पंक्तियां है। कीमत हर चीज की होती है, कीमत हर चीज की होती है, पर ज्ञान का कोई कीमत नहीं होती, पर ज्ञान का कोई कीमत नहीं होती। शिक्षा ही वो माध्यम है, शिक्षा ही वो माध्यम है, कर्तव्य मार्ग को बतलाती है, कर्तव्य मार्ग को बतलाती है। अच्छा कौन है, बुरा कौन है, यही सबका बोध कराती है। सो शिक्षा इज इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज दिस इज ए मीडियम ऑफ नोइंग हु इज गुड, हु इज बैड। नमस्कार एंड धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच चक्रवर्ती साहब। कल से अभी तक बहुत सारा टॉक हुआ है आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र रे के बारे में, और हम लोगों ने काफ़ी डिटेल में उनके लाइफ के बारे में हम लोगों ने जाना। और आज प्रोफेसर चक्रवर्ती ने एक दूसरे परिप्रेक्ष्य में प्रोफेसर पीसी रे को लेके आए हमारे सामने कि किसी भी आदमी को एज ए फिलॉसफर कब जगह मिलती है। और एक बहुत अच्छा चीज़ भी बताने की कोशिश करी इन्होंने कि हर फिलॉसफर अपने टाइम का होता है, और जब टाइम निकल जाता है तो फिर उस टाइम के हिसाब से फिर काम को, आप पीछे वाले काम को नहीं दोहरा सकते। जैसे जब प्रोफेसर पीसी रे ने कंपाउंड बनाया, कल भी हमने सुना नाइट्राइट, तो उस समय दुनिया में सब सराहा गया उस काम को। एक कंपाउंड था जिसको कहते थे कि इतना स्टेबल नहीं था, उन्होंने बनाया और क्रिस्टलाइन कंपाउंड बना के पूरी दुनिया को दिखाया। उस समय जो काम किया, अभी भी आज के समय में भी जब हम काम करते हैं तो बहुत कम ही लोग हैं हमारे से, हम तो नहीं कर पाए, जो नेचर में पब्लिश करें, जो सबसे बेस्ट जर्नल हम कहते हैं अभी, जिसमें जब पब्लिकेशन आता है तो बोला जाता है कि पब्लिकेशन किसी साइंस के लिए नहीं है, ये सोसाइटी के लिए है, तो उस साइंस को सभी आदमी समझ सकता है। तो वही चीज़ आता है उस जर्नल में। उस जर्नल में भी आचार्य पी.सी. रे ने अपने पेपर छापे। तो वो उस समय के एक बहुत बड़े फिलॉसफर थे, और शायद उन्होंने भी, चक्रवर्ती साहब ने भी यही बताया कि यही तो रीज़न है कि उनका 1944 में उनका स्वर्गवास हो गया, लेकिन वो जो काम करके गए उसका कभी स्वर्गवास नहीं होगा। उस चीज़ को समाज हमेशा याद करेगी, हमेशा ही वो प्रेरणा का स्रोत रहेगा। और बहुत अच्छा लगा चक्रवर्ती साहब से ये लेक्चर सुन के, और मैं आप सबसे, जितने भी ऑडियंस और पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, प्लीज़ गिव ए बिग हैंड फॉर दिस टॉक। I will invite my colleague Rana Reddy sir, please. आइए दूसरा, and you please introduce another speaker.
भारतवर्ष की हमेशा से परंपरा रही है कि हम अपने अतिथि का सम्मान करते हैं। तो मैं इसी कड़ी में प्रोफेसर अशोक कुमार प्रसाद जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो हमारे जो स्पीकर थे प्रोफेसर विद्युत चक्रवर्ती जी को टोकन ऑफ थैंक्स देकर सम्मानित करें। प्रोफेसर चक्रवर्ती सर, प्लीज सर। सर बोले बच्ची जा रही है। Now I invite Dr. Arvind Ranade ji on this dais, please sir.
धन्यवाद। I was part of the inaugural yesterday, and now it's going to be the valedictory after a few more minutes now. But the kind of vibrancy I have seen and heard from the various speakers and the attendees, that this is really a unique kind of a conference where at first time, or I would say the father of chemistry is been known to a large extent to the very different kind of age group. I could see the members right from the school going children to the highest academicians of the country. तो मुझे लगता है इससे अच्छी बात नहीं हो सकती। और जब हम 75वें साल में आज है, जिसको हम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव करके मना रहे हैं, और अभी जो हमारे स्पीकर रहे हैं, जो हमारे कुलपति हैं विश्व भारती के, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से प्रफुल्ल चंद्र राय जी का जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, उनके विचार इस समय कैसे महत्वपूर्ण है, इसके ऊपर उन्होंने बात की। वो वाकई में हमें सबके लिए प्रेरणादायी तो है ही, और आने वाला समय हमारी नई जो पीढ़ी बनाएगा उसमें ये बहुत बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण उसका योगदान रहेगा, ये निश्चित है। और इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, now I will request our next keynote speaker of this plenary session, Professor A.K. Bhagi, and I'm very honored to introduce him, who has been known to most of you, especially those who are from Delhi and around, and who are in the field of education for very long. He is a professor at Dayal Singh College, New Delhi. He did his PhD from University of Delhi. He has published more than 25 research papers and have huge amount of articles, more than 15 books on his name. He has been a member of Environmental Pollution Prevention and Control Authority under the various programs of Government of India from 2015 to 2020. And he has been a member of Executive Council of University of Delhi from 2015 to 2019, and a member of an academic council from 2011-2015. He has been an elected president of DUTA, which has been known as the Delhi University Teachers Association. I think a person of his immense value, who will definitely add on the importance of Professor P.C. Ray, his thought, his ideas, especially in the context of new education policy. So I request Professor Bhagiji to please deliver his talk.
सभी को नमस्कार। प्रोफेसर विद्युत चक्रवर्ती, प्रोफेसर अशोक प्रसाद, my other senior academicians and dear students. I have been invited here to talk about some kind of to draw or to examine if there is some kind of a parallelism between the National Education Policy 2020 and the ideas which were generated by Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. So I begin my talk by just quoting few lines from the autobiography of Sir P.C. Ray. The title of the autobiography, of course, may have been repeated here many times, Life and Experiences of a Bengali Chemist. And then he dedicated this book, just see, to whom? On the first page he says, to Indian youth of India. I think there was no need to repeat India again, but he realized that there can be Indian youth at that point of time who may not be belonging to India. So he dedicated this book to Indian youth of India, and then he said that this volume is affectionately inscribed in the hope that its perusal may in some measure stimulate them to activities. This is what he wrote. And then he continues, even in the preface itself, to write. And this is from where I think his transformation took place. And what he wrote in the preface, in his own autobiography, because that becomes the measure of, what was his thinking process. So he wrote, while a student at Edinburgh, I found to my regret that every civilized country, including Japan, at that time Japan was not considered to be a developed country or even a developing country. So he found to my, he said that I found to my regret that every civilized country, including Japan, was adding to the world's stock of knowledge, but that unhappy India was lagging behind. He continued that I dreamt a dream that, God willing, a time would come when she too would contribute to the quota. I think this describes his whole life's philosophy. What he was thinking about education, what he was thinking about the motherland, what he was thinking about the position of India in the context of the world politics at that point of time. Because when he was saying that it's unhappy India means we were struggling to find Swaraj. He mentioned everything. And then what type of image he had for the education in his mind, because he joined as a teacher later. And I have no hesitation to say that a true teacher plays many roles. A teacher can never be described into one role. A teacher is a teacher, educator, educationist, inventor, innovator, activist, and whatnot. So therefore, when he writes his autobiography, out of the 13 chapters, 8 chapters he dedicated to the education. Right from, as Professor Vidyut Chakravarti rightly said, that शुरू में तो उन्होंने अपने चाइल्डहुड के बारे में और उसके बारे में लिखा, उसमें आपने बिल्कुल सही बताया अभी, उसमें से कोट्स भी आपने बहुत अच्छे दिए, वो मेरे को आसान हुआ। लेकिन चैप्टर 3 में उन्होंने क्या कहा कि एजुकेशन इन विलेज, इसके ऊपर उन्होंने प्रिस्क्राइब किया कि विलेज का एजुकेशन क्या है। चैप्टर 4 में कहा कि एजुकेशन इन कोलकाता, कैसी कलकत्ता में एजुकेशन थी उस समय। अपना एक्सपीरियंस लिखा, मैं गया, ऐसा ऐसा हुआ। फिर एजुकेशन करियर इन इंग्लैंड, इस पे लिखा। जैसे जैसे उनकी उम्र आगे बढ़ रही है और जो जो उनके एक्सपीरियंस हो रहे हैं वो ऑटोबायोग्राफी में उसको डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हैं। जिन सारे एक्सपीरियंस ने उनको पूरा करेक्टर दुनिया के सामने रखा। फिर उन्होंने न्यू केमिकल लेबोरेटरी के बारे में बात किया एक चैप्टर में। पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, इम्पेटस टू साइंटिफिक स्टडी, ये भी लिखा चैप्टर में। इंटेलेक्चुअल रेजोनेंस इन बंगाल, डॉन, चैप्टर 12 में लिख रहे हैं डॉन ऑफ न्यू एरा, ओरिजिनल साइंटिफिक रिसर्चर्स इन बंगाल, इंडियन डिबार्ड बाय ब्रिटिशर्स इन हायर एजुकेशन सर्विसेज, इसके ऊपर भी चिंता उन्होंने किया अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी में। और ओरिजिनल रिसर्च, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स और इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ केमिस्ट्री के ऊपर भी लास्ट चैप्टर में चर्चा किया। और लास्ट में इसी के अंदर उन्होंने आगे बढ़ते हुए लिखा, अपनी जब ऑटोबायोग्राफी में लिख रहे हैं कि जो मैंने ड्रीम एडिनबर्ग में देखा उसको जीने का कोशिश किया। और उनको लगा ऐसा जब उन्होंने ऑटोबायोग्राफी को लिखा कि शायद भारत ने उस समय पे जो साइंटिस्ट, फिजिसिस्ट, केमिस्ट जो प्रोड्यूस किया, जिनका नाम सर ने भी लिया और कल से और आज तक कई बार लिया, मैं रिपीट नहीं करता, जैसी बोस से लेकर के तमाम प्रोफेसर साहा तक, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भारत ने कुछ अचीव किया, जो उन्होंने ड्रीम किया एडिनबर्ग में। वो जब अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी 1932 में लिख रहे हैं तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो मैंने सोचा था उसमें से कुछ अचीव हमने किया है, लेकिन ये भी कहा कि अभी बहुत कुछ करने के लिए बाकी रह जाता है। तो ये उन्होंने एक तरह से कुछ खास बातें बताई। अभी इसका पूरा एक्सपीरियंस का क्या कोई पैरेलल बनता है क्या नेशनल, या जबरदस्ती जोड़ना है क्या, कुछ बनता है क्या कहीं से? तो उसमें एक बात मैं आपको कहता हूं, he was the first person who was a Bengali scientist or a Bengali chemist. He himself called him a Bengali chemist. तो उन्होंने नीचे लिखा भी कि मैं कहता अपने को बंगाली केमिस्ट हूं, लेकिन जब मैं बंगाली कहता हूं तो मैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान की बात कर रहा हूं, ये लिखा उन्होंने। और उन्होंने कहा कि मैं कुछ अपने पेपर्स, जो उन्होंने ओरिजिनल पेपर्स लिखे, वो पहले बंगला भाषा में लिखे, जिसमें व्यक्ति स्वप्न लेता है, जिस भाषा में, जिस भाषा में व्यक्ति सोचता है, जो उसकी मदर टंग होती है। अगर आपको अच्छा इनोवेटर, इन्वेंशन, रिसर्चर या कुछ इस तरह का बनना है तो आपको उस भाषा के साथ में जुड़ना ही होगा, ऐसा उन्होंने माना। तभी उन्होंने वो चैप्टर्स को, वो अपने ओरिजिनल रिसर्च को अपनी भाषा में लिखा। हम आज भी अगर चाहें, मैं यहां हिंदी में बोल सकता हूं, लेकिन हमको ऐसा एजुकेशन सिस्टम मिला सर, 1986 की पॉलिसी कहिए या 64 की पॉलिसी कहिए, मैं हिंदी में रिसर्च आर्टिकल नहीं लिख सकता। हो सकता है कुछ हमारे साथी उनकी बहुत अच्छा लिखने का हो, लेकिन एटलीस्ट दिल्ली में रह करके जो मैंने स्कूल एजुकेशन लिया, जो मैंने यूजी में यहाँ पढ़ाई किया या पीजी में पढ़ाई किया, मुझे ये ट्रेनिंग नहीं आया कि मैं हिंदी में लिख सकूं या हिंदी में केमिस्ट्री पढ़ा सकूं। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि इसकी जरूरत है और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इसके बारे में तो बात कर रहा है कि अपनी मदर टंग में स्कूल लेवल पे आइए, फिर बाद में अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल पे भी आइए, तो ये सब आइए। और सही आपने कहा सर, उसके ऊपर भी एक टिप्पणी करके फिर थोड़ी 2-3 स्लाइडें मेरे मित्र ने मेरे को बना के दिया, मुझे ये भी चलाना ज़्यादा कंप्यूटर नहीं आता। अमित कुमार जी का धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने ये स्लाइड बना के दिया मुझे, तो मैं उसको फिर दिखा दूंगा आपको। आपने कहा कि उन्होंने हिंदू केमिस्ट्री लिखा, शायद उसका क्या पर्पस होगा, लेकिन उन्होंने खुद जो चीज को अपनी ही ऑटोबायोग्राफी में लिखा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको ये इंस्पिरेशन मिली द ग्रीक एल्केमी जो ब्रेथलॉट ने लिखी थी, और उसकी पूरे संसार में विश्व में चर्चा हो रही थी, तो उनको कहीं ना कहीं इसका बुरा सा लगा कि यार हमारे पास भी इतनी बड़ी ट्रेजरी है, इतना बड़ा नॉलेज सिस्टम है, तो क्यों नहीं मैं भी इस तरह की कोई किताब लिखूं। एंड दिस अंडरलाइंड कि एक साइंस स्टूडेंट को हिंदी भी पढ़ना हो सकता है और संस्कृत पढ़ने की भी आवश्यकता हो सकती है, और आप उसको कभी इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। दैट मीन्स ए साइंस स्टूडेंट और ए मैथ स्टूडेंट को ऐसा ऑप्शन मिलना ही चाहिए जहां वो संस्कृत का भी इतना कम से कम विद्वान हो कि चीजों को समझ सके। हम लोग नहीं हैं। हमने जब 11th 12th यूजी पीजी किया, even if we wanted, or even some of the students wanted, there was no option for them to study anything other than what was the prescribed science papers. Physics के साथ में, मैथ्स के साथ में केमिस्ट्री को मिलाएंगे, लेकिन किसी दूसरे सब्जेक्ट के साथ में आप इसको नहीं पढ़ सकते। ऐसा किया। इसका मतलब यह है कि मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच की आवश्यकता है। टाइम रहे हैं जहां पर स्पेशलाइज्ड यूजी और पीजी कोर्सेज के, टाइम चेंज्ड, द सिचुएशन डिमांडेड, देन द इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेज एंड वोकेशनल कोर्सेज केम इन because of the demand of a society. But now if you want to be the inventors, if you want to be the world leaders, there is a need to once again integrate the whole education system in multidisciplinary science or multidisciplinary subjects or studies. मैं पहले भी कई बार बोला, उसका मैं एक रीजन भी दे देता हूं। साइंस की क्लासिफिकेशन है सर, साइंस का क्लासिफिकेशन क्या किया हुआ है? पहला पार्ट इसका नेचुरल साइंस, जिसमें बायोलॉजी, केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स ये सब आएगा, और उसके बाद सेकंड साइंस का क्लासिफिकेशन में उसका टाइप बताया है सोशल साइंस। क्यों बताया? क्योंकि साइंस के बिना सोसाइटी नहीं, और सोसाइटी के लिए ही साइंस है, इसलिए साइंस का कोई औचित्य नहीं अगर सोसाइटी का वो भला नहीं कर सकती। स्ट्रॉन्ग इंडिपेंडेंस है, एक दूसरे के साथ में पूरी तरह जुड़ा हुआ है। तो क्या हमारा यूजी या पीजी का करिकुलम एक्सक्लूसिव होना चाहिए कि साइंस स्टूडेंट को सोशल साइंस का मालूम नहीं होना चाहिए और सोशल साइंस वाले को साइंस नहीं मालूम होना चाहिए? ये कैसे संभव है? और तीसरी ब्रांच उसके अंदर वो बताते हैं, तो मैथमेटिक्स आ गया, कंप्यूटर्स आ गया, और चौथी ब्रांच बताते हैं जो अप्लाइड साइंस आ गया, मतलब मेडिसिन हो गया, इंजीनियरिंग हो गया। तो ये 4 ब्रांचेस बताया, सबका आपस में इंटरडिपेंडेंस है। अगर इनका इंटरडिपेंडेंस है तो कोई यूनिवर्सिटी एक सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाने वाली यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं हो सकती। इसलिए नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में कहा कि हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन जो होंगे वो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी नेचर के होंगे। बच्चे के पास में या स्टूडेंट के पास में एक ऑप्शन रहेगी कि वो किस तरह का कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ सब्जेक्ट्स को चूज करके आगे अपने आप को डेवलप करना चाहता है, एक एजुकेशनिस्ट की फॉर्म में या एक ह्यूमन बीइंग की फॉर्म में। और सर हिंदू केमिस्ट्री के अंदर जो अंडरलाइन में बात किया कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को फोरफ्रंट पे लाना, फोरफ्रंट पे लाने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि मतलब कहीं पे भी उन्होंने भी ये चीज को कंप्रोमाइज किया कि न्यू साइंटिफिक नॉलेज या वेस्ट की साइंटिफिक नॉलेज को अंडरमाइन करने की बात है, लेकिन ये जरूर कहा कि हो सकता है कि जिसके बारे में वेस्ट आज बात कर रहा है वो हमारे को पहले से ही मालूम हो, तो क्यों नहीं अब अपनी ट्रेहरी को सामने रखें, जो बेस्ट हो रहा है पूरे वर्ल्ड में वो भी लेना है, लेकिन जो हमारा बेस्ट है उसको भी तो पूरे संसार के लिए, पूरे संसार के पूरे विश्व के कल्याण के लिए लगाना है। और शायद यही वजह होगा कि 1870 से लेकर के 1890 तक जर्मनी में केमिस्ट्री पढ़ने वालों ने खूब संस्कृत पढ़ी और जितना नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर काम किया और डेवलपमेंट किया वो संस्कृत पढ़ के, आयुर्वेदा की पूरी किताबें पढ़ के ही किया निकाला सर। उनको ये बात समझ में आया कि यहां पर एक ट्रेरी है। आप जितने भी बड़े से बड़े साइंटिस्टों के नाम ले लीजिए, आइंस्टाइन से लेके बोहर से लेकर के कोई भी आप नाम लीजिए, सबने हिंदुइज्म के बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स के ऊपर कभी क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं खड़ा किया, बल्कि उसको सराहा है और उसी के बेसिस पे उन्होंने कहा कि हम पूरा नया जो एक साइंस मॉडल है जिसको आप क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स या क्वांटम केमिस्ट्री के नाम से, फिजिक्स के नाम से जानते हैं, उसको डेवलप किया जाता है। तो ऐसा पूरी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंदर भी जुड़ा हुआ है और सर पीसी रे की भी फिलॉसफी से जुड़ा हुआ है, इसलिए इसकी रेलेवेंस और कनेक्शन बनता। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि पूरा का पूरा जो है पीसी रे का आइडिया जो है वो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में आ गया है, लेकिन कनेक्शन तो है। और उसके कुछ स्लाइड्स में आपको दिखा देता हूं। ये यूनियन मिनिस्टर ने किया था जो 29 जुलाई 2020, सॉरी यहां से बोलते हैं हो जाएगा गड़बड़। हाँ, ये यूनियन मिनिस्टर श्री रमेश पोखरियाल जी निशंक ने और मिनिस्टर श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी ने इसको चल रहा है। देखिए, जो फिलॉसफी से निकला उनका भी आइडिया था, इसीलिए अपना सारा पैसा, सर ने बताया ना, अपना सारा पैसा तो स्टूडेंट को लगा दिया। तो उनका भी ये आइडिया था कि यूनिवर्सल एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन और ऑल लेवल्स। और अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी में भी उन्होंने लिखा, बहुत उनको बुरा लगा जब ब्रिटिशर्स ने हायर एजुकेशन सर्विस से इंडियंस को बाहर किया। तो ये फिलॉसफी रखा उन्होंने कि यूनिवर्सल एक्सेस टू, और यही बात जो है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशो टीचर्स के अपनी स्कूल एजुकेशन में 2030 तक 100% हो जाए और 2035 तक 50% हायर एजुकेशन में हो जाए, ऐसा गोल फिक्स किया। टीचर्स और टीचर एजुकेशन के ऊपर भी उन्होंने बिल्कुल अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी में, देखिए मैं सिर्फ वही बातें लिख रहा हूं जो ऑटोबायोग्राफी में उन्होंने खुद कन्फेस किया, क्योंकि उससे ज्यादा ऑथेंटिक सोर्स कोई नहीं हो सकता कि व्हाट वाज ही थिंकिंग। तो यहां पर भी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी इनको बड़ा साफ रूप से रखा है कि हम पॉलिसी बनाएंगे, उस पर फोकस करेंगे, एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन और मेरिट की भी बात करेंगे, प्रमोशन ऑफ ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग भी इस बार चलाने के लिए नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में उसको एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट बनाया है। और कंड्यूसिव एनवायरनमेंट फॉर टीचर्स भी, टीचर्स को भी सेंटर पे रखा है। स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक पॉलिसीज बन सकती है, टीचर सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी बन सकती है, लेकिन दोनों का ध्यान रख करके कोई पॉलिसी बने तो फिर उसी से गाड़ी आगे बढ़ेगी, मतलब दोनों स्टेक होल्डर्स का ध्यान रखें। करिकुलम और पेडागॉजी के ऊपर भी साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट इन स्टूडेंट इसीलिए ओपन किया। कोई भी स्टूडेंट किसी भी स्टेज पे जाकर के कोई भी सब्जेक्ट पढ़ने के लिए स्वतंत्र है। ऐसा विजुअलाइजेशन किया। कितना मटेरियलाइज होगा हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में और किसी और विश्वविद्यालय में वो समय बताएगा। और उसके अंदर यही मैंने कई बार कहा भी है कि इट इज़ नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट ओनली टू मेक ए पॉलिसी, व्हाट इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट इज दैट हाउ यू इम्प्लीमेंट इट। और उस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनको सबसे पहले खुश रखना बड़ा जरूरी है, कि उनको नाराज नहीं कर सकते आप। अगर आप उनको नाराज करेंगे तो वो अच्छी चीज को भी खराब बता देंगे। देखिए आपके यहां पर अगर कोई, मान लीजिए आप किसी दुकान पे जाएंगे, कोई सामान लेना है और आपको जो है दुकानदार एनॉय कर दे, तो उसका अच्छा प्रोडक्ट भी आप कहेंगे हमें नहीं लेना, आई डोंट लाइक इट। तो उनको बैलेंस बनाना बड़ा जरूरी है। तो इसके ऊपर भी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच का मैंने बताया, स्किल एनहांसमेंट का बता रहा हूं, मल्टी लैंग्वेजेस, और फिर इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ एंशिएंट साइंटिफिक नॉलेज विद द मॉडर्न करिकुलम। ये सारे ध्येय उसके अंदर रखे हैं और शायद कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरह का मिक्सचर का ही इस्तेमाल जो पीसी रे सर बने वो बने। अभी सर ने कहा कि कोई रेवोल्यूशनरी हो सकता है इन द गार्ब ऑफ साइंटिस्ट। सर कोई भी साइंटिस्ट होगा, कोई भी टीचर होगा, वो एक्टिविस्ट और रेवोल्यूशनरी होगा ही बाय नेचर। दिस कैन नेवर बी स्टॉप्ड। क्लर्क हो सकता है सुबह आके 9 बजे लेके शाम को 5 बजे जो है वो अपने काम से काम करके चले जाए, जैसे आपने कहा, लेकिन टीचर और साइंटिस्ट के अंदर ये इम्बाइड रहेगा, ये चीजें उसके अंदर ऑलवेज बी प्रेजेंट। ऐसे ही स्पेशल फोकस है स्किल एनहांसमेंट में। स्किल का मतलब यहाँ पर केवल वो नहीं होता कि मेरे को मतलब कील लगाना आ गया या मेरे को हथौड़ी चलाना आ गया। स्किल के मतलब बहुत होते हैं। अपने आप को कैसे फिट रखना, सर ने कहा अपने आप को कैसे इन्वॉल्व करना, अपने लिए अपना मतलब हमारे लिए, सबके लिए कैसे अच्छा काम करना, सोसाइटी में गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग कैसे बनना। और ये बात भी कहीं पे भी होती है और भी सारे स्कॉलर्स में रही होगी, और सर पीसी रे के लिए भी ये कहा जाता है ही वॉज अ वेरी गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग, वेरी हम्बल एंड वेरी गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग। और सर ने बताया ही आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, तो उन्होंने बंगाल केमिकल्स एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी का निर्माण तो किया ही, उसको चलाया भी, उसमें तमाम तरह की उनको कठिनाइयाँ भी आई। कई बार सर ने बताया कि वो नाइट्रेट की वजह से, उन नाइट्रेट या उसकी वजह से कि भाई बॉम्ब में यूज़ होता है तो इसको बंद करो, बंद का भी फेस करना पड़ा उनको। बट ही डिड नॉट गिव अप and he continued, and then even today this company is there. So this is the conclusion that we want to write. The NEP 2020 has its roots in thinking of PC Ray in his vision about holistic and creative education system. And the policy aims in resolving various challenges and the issues that have India's education policy from time to time. जो जो रहे हैं हमारे पास, हमको जिस तरह का सिस्टम मिला, हमने उसमें से जो बेस्ट कर सकते थे किया, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई बदलाव होना नहीं चाहिए। वो बदलाव अब होने जा रहा है, उसके फायदे नुकसान समय के साथ साथ उसकी अच्छी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के साथ साथ हमारे सामने आएंगे। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि बहुत अच्छा ही हो जाएगा या बहुत खराब ही हो जाएगा। ये एक पॉलिसी है, इस पॉलिसी के लिए नियम बनेंगे, नियम बनने के बाद में उनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होगा। उस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के क्या फ्रूट्स होंगे, वो मीठे होंगे या कड़वे होंगे, वो समय बताएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
हेलो। बहुत ही खूबसूरत शब्दों में सर ने आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र राय जी के जीवन का आने वाली राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में किस प्रकार से उसका प्रगटीकरण हुआ है और होते हुए नज़र आता है, इसके बारे में कई सारे बिंदु हमारे सामने रखे। वाकई में इट्स वाज वेरी इंस्पिरेशनल एंड वेरी नाइस टू हैव योर द डिटेल्ड डिस्कशंस अबाउट दिस। Obviously, we have very short time for the next presenters to present, but before that we will have a small token of appreciation, I suppose.
I would like to request to Professor Bhagi to come on the dais, and I request the Professor Prasad and Dr. Arvind ji to felicitate Professor Bhagi. Thank you, sir.
मेरे ख्याल से सभी प्रेजेंटर्स अभी घड़ी को देख भी रहे होंगे, तो स्वाभाविक है कि हमें 4:30 बजे के पहले हमने जो 4 से 4:30 बजे का जो कार्यक्रम था उसको हमने वैलिडेटरी में ही लिया है, तो हमारे पास समय है, बट सबसे अपेक्षा यही होगी कि जो 10 मिनट का समय है उसको आप 5 मिनट में मान के अगर सहकार्य करेंगे तो हम समय पे इस कार्यक्रम को आगे की ओर बढ़ा सकते हैं. So now I will request the first presenter who is going to talk about the one who lead by example, reflection of his life and its influence on the contemporary education system NEP 2020, Dr. Tripti Kumari. Ma'am, you have got only 5 minutes, okay? So we are forced to ensure. Thank
That's
you.
a very short notice, sir, but I'll sure try to comply to that. With the kind permission of the chair, Prasad sir and Dr. Anande, Prasad sir who's been my teacher. So, pointer. I am looking for the pointer, sir, pointer.
Pointer.
लेजर काम नहीं कर रहा, लेजर, हाँ ठीक है, हाँ हाँ पता गया. Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, the one who led by example. I think Professor Chakrabarti and Professor Bhagi have already set the ball rolling. So I will continue from there, and I will be discussing about the reflections of his life and its influence on the contemporary education system with a special perspective to National Education Policy 2020. I believe this session is to interlink Acharya's life and the National Education Policy. So here I am to talk about it. Now, since yesterday we have heard a lot of panelists and speakers talk about the versatile and the dynamic nature of Acharya, and I also believe that he was an intellectual giant. He was a veteran. We discussed this in detail, that he is called the master of nitrites. He was the father of Indian chemistry. He is the pioneer to chemical research in India. In pre-independent India, this fellow could publish 150 publications he had to his name, and he also prepared many inorganic nitrites. He was a freedom fighter whose essay on India before and after the mutiny really shook the world. He was also an industrialist who founded the Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals with a mere capital of 700 rupees. And the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat that we are talking of today, he could envision it back then, and he believed that if we have an industry of our own, our people could be employed and they would become self-reliant. And also he was a historian of Indian sciences because he propagated Hindu chemistry and Indian science to the Western world, because he was a reputed figure known across the West as well. We have discussed all this in detail, therefore I'm not going in there. Today what I will be talking about is his visions, his thinkings, how Acharya's life in totality had a great influence on the education system of India. And I will be doing this with a special perspective to the National Education Policy, and I will be trying to establish a relationship. Professor Bhagi mentioned a parallel, a connection. Professor Chakrabarti talked about the similarities between the two, so I would be taking it further from here. And by the time we conclude, we would have realized that NEP is aligned with the thinking of Sir P.C. Ray, and in fact it is a representation of his visions to have a holistic and a creative education system. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. सभी उपस्थित गणमान्य अतिथियों को मेरा Sadar Pranam, respected Professor Prasad, Dr. Ranade, the eminent speakers of this technical session, Professor Chakrabarti and Professor Bhagi, dignitaries from Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati, Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi, my teachers who are present here, some of whom also taught me, colleagues, friends, esteemed judges. I am Tripti Kumari, a faculty in chemistry from Gargi College, and here I take you further. So before we get into anything in detail, we have to understand what education is all about. Education is important to develop a person's potential. It is important to have an equitable society, and it is also important for national development. In fact, education is so important that in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, the fourth point is to ensure inclusive and equitable education for everyone. And the national education policy is completely aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. If we want to have an India henceforth which is flourishing and which is sustainable, we need to set into the path of the national education policy, because it is a new and a forward-looking vision for India's education system. How? So the key areas of focus in the national education policy, I will be going into these in detail, but let me give a picture, an overview here, is to catalyze quality academic research in all fields. That's the first point, which also most of our speakers, in fact, Professor Yogesh Singh, the Vice Chancellor, yesterday talked about converting or translating laboratory to land. Professor Hosur, Professor Mande, also talked about कि अनुसंधान ही भारत के विकास की नींव रखेगा. So all these keynote addresses that we heard, in fact, Professor, the keynotes, Professor, the first keynote lecture, I'm forgetting his name, was also mentioning about the importance of academic research in all fields. So that is the first point of importance in the national education policy. The second is moving towards a holistic and a multidisciplinary education. The third is to ensure universal access of education at all levels. And the fourth, of course, which Bhagi sir just mentioned, is multilingualism and the power of knowledge. This is just to highlighting the points that I have mentioned: academic research, multidisciplinary education, and universal access to education. This is taken from the NEP draft framework. So let me come to the first point, catalyzing academic research. It is important to make education experiential, and knowledge creation is important for the society. Research will promote inquiry, and the students will get a first-hand experience as to what it takes to create knowledge. Acharya himself believed that research is very important. In fact, when he died, there is a publication in Nature, an obituary notice in Nature said by Sir J.L. Simonson, said that it was by the enthusiasm for research with which he inspired his students that he will be remembered. This is actually the Nature publication from July 15, 1944, and if you see the lines here in the right-hand side, the fifth line, enthusiasm for research with which he inspired his students, that he will be remembered. In those days, Acharya could envision the importance of research, and he believed that only by encouraging scientific temperament in the people of our country will we be able to progress. I think, sir, if I may continue, just 2 more minutes. Yeah. So in 1921 onwards, he donated his entire salary just for chemical research and to the Department of Chemistry, University of Calcutta. I will quickly go through the next point, which is talking about multidisciplinary education. Just knowing my own subject today is not sufficient. I also need to know subjects apart from my own discipline, and therefore in the new education policy, skill enhancement, value addition, vocational education courses are being introduced, which will empower a student to have flexibility in course choices. Multidisciplinary education is what he also believed in. Professor Vashni in the morning mentioned that when he fell ill once, he read about the biographies, English literature, history, geography, Greek, Latin, French and Sanskrit, and he believed that अगर मुझे एक visionary approach चाहिए, then I must also know many other things apart from my own core discipline. So that was about multidisciplinarity. This was the reference. And universal access to education. In the national education policy, we are trying to make education, quality education available even to the remotest person in the country. With technology-based platforms like Swayam Diksha, Swayam Prabha and MOOCs that will facilitate greater outreach. And we are also trying to integrate e-content. And he also said the same thing, that education has to be expanded. He believed that education expand tabhi hoga when we have education at the primary level done in the mother tongue. That does not mean that he was against English education. He said that English education is necessary, but to address to a child in the remotest area of the country, we must also have a mother tongue, which is also multilingualism and the power of knowledge, which NEP talks about. I would not take any further. Just to conclude what I was trying to say, that by these 4 points that I have communicated in a very brief period of time, I'm just trying to relate how Acharya in pre-independent India had the thinking to have a country which is enabled, and NEP finds its exact representation here. In the words of Rabindranath Tagore, please read the last line, he had the capacity to give himself away fully to the others, and I think that was the reason why he's such a revered personality across the world. So he is a freedom fighter, he's a chemist, he's a teacher, he's a researcher, he's a nationalist, he is so many things, an industrialist, but today I would conclude by saying that Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray was an educational reformer, an educationist in the true sense of the word. Thank you everyone. These are the references that I have consulted. And I would particularly like to thank Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati and the Department of Chemistry for putting up this conference, because it actually gave us a platform to explore beyond our disciplines. So I was really thrilled about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirti. Really very nice slides, and you have communicated very well.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Dr. Salu Sasdeva, and the title she is going to speak is Acharya P.C. Ray, an inspiration for new pedagogies and research in new education, national education policy.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. The topic of my presentation is Acharya P.C. Ray, an inspiration for new pedagogies and research in NEP 2020. I am Dr. Salu Sasdeva from Acharya Narendradev College, and I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Vigyan Bharati and Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi, for giving me an opportunity to go beyond chemistry and study and gain more knowledge about NEP as well as this great educationist. Acharya P.C. Ray, a pioneer in research in India, his first love was teaching. He was always eager to develop the young minds with scientific and human values. He gave priority to education, developing new methods of teaching, be it performing experiments, sharing thoughts, or putting up a lively atmosphere in classrooms, and then gradually going into the depth of the subject in order to put the student at ease and make the weakest student understand. This was his quality, that he could inculcate the habit of learning in a student by making the atmosphere very lively in the class. He emphasized on the fact that India can be self-reliant and can prosper only when the young generation is knowledgeable, there is generation of employment and removal of poverty. Economy can prosper if the people of the country have the freedom to take decisions related to the economy. He also believed that the research should be carried out not only for money or prestige, but when one is really passionate about it. Then only a person can deliver to the society in terms of education and innovation. A strong base in research was his idea of prosperous India. The NEP 2020 is based somewhat on his ideologies, getting an inspiration from his ideologies. The salient features would include a 4-year undergraduate course which has multiple exit options, where the 4th year is generally mostly dedicated to research related activities. The development of new pedagogies for teaching learning process are a part of NEP 2020, which again are inspired by Acharya P.C. Ray. The innovative methods of teaching which have drawn inspiration from P.C. Ray include performing experiments in classrooms, sharing ideas and experiences, creating interactive atmosphere in the class, which are some of the salient features of NEP 2020. Interdisciplinary research is one of the reforms of NEP 2020 which is needed. Acharya Ray faced a shortage of funds for creating the first research lab, as we have come to know in his literature, but still managed to create it. Realizing the importance of this fact, under the NEP 2020, every institution will be having IDP, which is Institutional Development Plan, which will spend around 6% GDP on education. A framework for remote teaching learning will also be developed, wherein 40% of the course component will be covered through online courses, which will benefit students in remote areas. Acharya Ray was in favor of education for all, for a self-reliant India. The central government will also coordinate the activities of the Higher Education Commission of India, which will be established for higher education in India. As Acharya P.C. Ray developed young minds, discharging social responsibilities and building of qualitative minds of students is also on the list of NEP 2020, wherein the teachers will be mentors too. Teaching will not be only the profession of teachers. Apart from that, mentoring them and understanding the students is also a part of teaching. Teaching will not be the only role. He used to gather dedicated and enthusiastic students and used to refine them. Drawing inspiration from this, NEP plans to make assessments learner-centered, thereby refining the minds of the students. Joint degree programs are also a part of NEP 2020, academic leadership, where the students are allowed to choose whatever they want to pursue, giving freedom to the young minds. Acharya P.C. Ray had excellent communication skills, and the aim of NEP 2020 is similar. That is, dissemination of knowledge is important, for which one should have a deep knowledge, clarity of concepts, and passion to excel. NEP 2020 lays stress on developing the personality and improving the skills of students. Poor quality of research in India, in spite of the fact that India is the third largest in scientific minds, has prompted NEP to introduce research at the undergraduate level. Acharya P.C. Ray met the challenges of his times, like casteism, not being able to reach to the masses, etc. But today's challenges include artificial intelligence, age of the mass education, and equipping students with 21st century skills, for which rigorous academic content, social skills, learning experience, practice, talent, idea, and purpose are required. The government has understood the need to have integrated approach in teaching learning, and also embrace technology using MOOCs, which my previous speaker has also mentioned. Open online courses have been developed to provide high quality education for the masses. According to the vision of P.C. Ray, in NEP 2020, the role of teachers will be teaching, research, and administration to instill the values of hard work to achieve the goals of education, that is, good human being and a responsible citizen of the country. Thank you for your patience, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salu. Thank you. The next presentation is by Dr. Dipti, and the title is A True Educationist: Farsightedness and the Relevance in the Present Aptitude of NEP 2020.
to hold this, right?
पॉइंटर पता है ना इससे नेक्स्ट होगा इससे प्रीवियस होगा उसके अलावा कोई
Very good evening now. It's not good afternoon. So very good evening to all of you. Myself Dr. Deepthi Gupta from Deshbandhu College. So as the title is already in front of you, am I audible? Okay. Am I audible, sir? Very good evening, sir, and all my friends and fellow colleagues. So I'll be presenting on Acharya PCRA, a true educationist, farsightedness and relevance in the present aptitude of NEP 2020. As we all know, the various facets of Professor Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray. Now, vision of Prafull Chandra Ray is in consonance with what NEP 2020 has. This is what what I'm trying to tell. Now, very quickly, skipping some slides because we are going to have very little time in hand. I just wanted to bring to your notice that there is an academic tree. There is a website which tells you an academic tree, and we all are related to that academic tree, and more or less we all are students of Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray in one way or other. So all these are the students of Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray, and coming to Delhi University, in University of Delhi, Professor T.R. Shishadri, Srinivas Rangaswamy sir, Mehrotra sir, R.P. Mitra sir and D.S. Kothari sir, all are related to his students. So in a way, we all are indebted to him, that we all are students of Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray, and here we are discussing about him. So sir, very quickly, coming to his activism and active role in education and education reforms, I would like to bring upon his views on education system in India. Very quickly, I would like, excuse me. So during his convocation address in the University of Mysore, he pointed out 4 main defects in our university education system. Sir, we have discussed a lot about Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray so far, and we have seen after Bhagi sir's lecture and Chakrabarti sir's lecture and my fellow colleagues' lectures that there is certainly a resemblance in NEP 2020 and Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray's vision. But how? Where he quoted all these things. So this is the lecture where I would like to point out these 4 defects. He talked about the medium of study, the absence of elimination, the system of compulsory lectures, and the non-participation of students in the university organization. Since we all are related to higher education, my talk will be focusing on all these 4 points. First is the medium of study. Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray had critically said that the medium of instruction should be our mother tongue. So he had said that we committed a biggest mistake by making a foreign language our vehicle of instruction. And again, we know that NEP 2020 has focused on medium of education, mother tongue, or the language which you are comfortable with, which any child is comfortable with, and that is how we will be able to learn better. Coming to second point, the absence of elimination. He talked of healthy elimination in the sections of postgraduate departments, wherein we can easily have that which students are, how to evaluate and assess those students according to their category of learning. Then third point, he talked about the system of compulsory lectures. Now this is really important, that he said that numerous compulsory class lectures and exercises that are today in the universities should be abolished. Now this is 100 years back and we are still here. We are still running on the same pattern. The pedagogy has not changed, has not much changed, has changed but not much. Again, he also said that we should have an opposite system where the student is only given the names of some of the books and some questions on the problems should be given to him so that he can think of different answers. Different students will come with their ideas and answers and let them discuss. What is it? It is flip learning.
We talk about flipped learning, we talk about online education, we talk about MOOCs, we talk about different tools of learning, that is digital learning, and this is the main focus in higher education in NEP 2020. And then he also said that in this way we will be enabled to carve out the students' intellectual empire. So this is what I wanted to bring about. The fourth point, the non-participation of students in the university organization. The students are only concerned with assignments or their own work. They should be involved in university's organization. How? By having such conferences, by having discussions, by having tutorials, or having different kind of vocational courses also. So this is how we can involve students in university academic pedagogies. He had also advocated for flexible and boundless environment for producing real knowledge. He wanted to emphasize upon the point that true creation and innovation may not be restricted with the walls of our structured syllabi system. Although we have a structured syllabi system, we cannot help it. But yes, he focused on that we should have mentor-mentee relationship, which is again there in NEP 2020. I'll take another 2 minutes and then I'll just end up. So this is the picturized version of NEP, wherein you can see that it focuses on mother tongue, it focuses on group learning, it focuses on vocational trainings, and it focuses on various other things which have been envisioned by Acharya Praful Chandra Ray 100 years back. And again, coming to the last point, these are the key principles of NEP 2020, and yes, these are I will not go into details of this. These are the paragraphs which are focused, which are the main focus of NEP 2020. Now, this is the dream he had, that I dream that God willing a time would come when India will contribute her quota of knowledge. And I would like to end my presentation with the fact that this is the stamp which was released on 2nd August 1961 by Indian Postal stamp, and this is where you can see the distillation setup over here on the postal stamp. So Mahatma Gandhi said, great he undoubted is, but goodness from Indian standpoint is greater than greatness, and Acharya Ray is even more good than he is great. I would like to end with this quote. This is what I thought would be best for this presentation, that we all need to learn the essence of nation-centric approach rather than self-centric approach. And this is what we can learn from Acharya Praful Chandra Ray. He was a philanthropist, he was the social worker, he was called the king of floods, and he was a noble person. So the focus of NEP 2020 is to build that human values, to have an holistic approach, and to make students learn how to develop these social values rather than just mugging up and cramming things. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you, Shaluji. Sorry, we are not in a position to take up the questions. If the time permit, we may take it up in the last. So now I request the next presenter, Dr. Dipti. Sorry. The next presenter is Dr. Smriti Sharma Bhatia. She will speak on Acharya of Indian Chemistry, how relevant is a PC Ray to NEP 2020.
By presentation. If you could please upload my presentation. I think they were really absorbed in the presentation of the last speaker, so they forgot to upload mine. The topic is Acharya of Indian Chemistry, how relevant is PC Ray to NEP 2020. That is the first slide. Thank you so much. मन समर्पित, तन समर्पित, और यह जीवन समर्पित, चाहता हूँ देश की धरती, तुझे कुछ और भी दूँ. No better lines than this come to my mind when I think of Acharya P.C. Ray, an academician, a researcher par excellence, a philanthropist, and what not. For me, he wore many hats, but for me, the most important thing was he was a nationalist. Honorable chairpersons, Professor Prasad and Dr. Ranade, are distinguished speakers and my dear friends. Today, I would be presenting my thoughts on the relevance of Acharya P.C. Ray to our educational reforms, specifically to NEP 2020. The title of my talk is Acharya of Indian Chemistry, How Relevant is P.C. Ray to NEP 2020. Just a second. So this is the last technical session of the conference, and already much has like about his early life, his career. Okay, right. His early life, his career, everything has already been spoken. So I would be specifically concentrating only on the educational reforms. See, our national education policy stresses on the importance of regional languages. It has been stressed that all the medium of instruction should be the mother tongue, and Professor Ray also was of this opinion. In fact, he was an ardent advocate of the use of mother tongue as a medium of instruction. For teaching science also, in his classes, he used to prefer Bengali than English. In recognition of his contribution towards the advancement of Bengali language, he was elected the president of Bangya Sahitya Parishad from 1931 to 34. Also, his quest and pride for this Indian traditional science and knowledge led him to write this monumental work, History of Hindu Chemistry. See, he was very well versed in Sanskrit, Prakrit, Pali, so he could read those texts, and he then translated those formulas and procedures, processes in easy to understandable modern scientific vocabulary. So for that, this work is very important for us young chemists also, because we can globally compete with the best of best, but if we are rooted in this traditional knowledge and in this pride, then like nothing is impossible for us. There is one thing, we were very good in mathematics, we were very good in medicine, metallurgy. What led to our fall? Like why, those lines come to my mind. हम क्या थे, क्या हैं और क्या होंगे अभी, गुरु कहलाते थे कभी, शिष्य की रही नहीं योग्यता. Why this happened? Acharya explains that in his book also. He says socio-cultural reasons were responsible for this. He says this with a lot of angst and remorse, that a lot of superstition and things like you can't touch a cadaver, things like this, you will lose your jati if you touch a cadaver or if you cross oceans. These kind of superstitions came into being. And India, which was known for its riches and knowledge, fell from that place. So he said, and I quote, her soil was rendered morally unfit for the birth of a Boyle or a Newton, and her very name, India's name, was all but expunged from the map of the scientific world. So that reason also he tells us in this book. One thing that we can learn in terms of education from his life is we must make a distinction between patriotism, nationalism, and jingoism. He applied, with the help of Ayurvedic experts, he produced some traditional medicines. But he applied scientific scrutiny to the efficacy of these medicines. Just because something has the word ancient or Ayurvedic attached to it, that doesn't mean that it will work. So we also remember that scientific bent of mind of his and should apply that in our thinkings. When I see the herd science these days being propagated, I feel very sad. So this is one thing that we can learn from him. National Education Policy 2020 propagates 10 bagless days. These would be the days in which students without any books, without any school bag, would be taken to industries, would be exposed to industries, and this is very important because the skills that we have are soon going to be obsolete. We have to prepare our future students for fourth industrial revolution. So this is what NEP is propagating right now, and it is surprising to say, it is surprising to see that so many years back, Acharya also propagated the same. He said that, we need to have a research base for industrialization, and for industrialization, we need strong research base. And as a, sorry, I have to skip some slides because time is reduced. So his work was driven by an inherently nationalistic spirit, and for industrialization, he became himself the example. He, set up this Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals Limited. Imported medicines at that time were very costly. He made these available nationally. Just imagine what could be a better example of Swadeshi movement and the Make in India campaign that we talk about today. So this was his contribution. Also, NEP talks about vocational education. Acharya's life is a testimony to this. He was a firm believer in the importance of vocational education and not just theoretical knowledge. NEP says that we should not stress on marks so much. We are really obsessed with toppers. Acharya, as Deepthi pointed out, has had many students who were exemplary, but I would like to give you this example. He took under his wing a student who failed his BSc chemistry exam. And that student, he recognized his potential, and that student, Mr. Jitendranath Rakshit, he published 40 research papers with the Acharya PC Ray. So that is the hallmark of a great teacher. Not only you invest in toppers, but you invest in those who fail also. So Acharya, NEP says no hard separations between arts and sciences, etc. And that is what Acharya's life was all about. He was a man of literature also, expert in so many languages, and a scientist par excellence. I would like to end with a quote from another great man. Sincerity of conviction and purity of motive will surely gain the day, and even a small minority armed with these is destined to prevail against all odds. So we should be sincere in our convictions for the need of these reforms, and we should be pure in our motives to pursue them. Let us, dear friends, learn from these great mentors and strive hard for a glorious future for India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Because we are almost approaching now the validatory function, because there is a time for setting up the stage as well. So I will request the speakers to be in the time. Now I request Dr. Sharmila Yadav and Dr. Meenakshi Gupta, who will speak on Acharya PC Ray, an epitome of scientist, educationist, philanthropist, historian, and industrialist.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sharmila from Rajdhani College, and I'm presenting this presentation along with my friend, Dr. Meenakshi Gupta from ARSD College. Now, we have learned so many things about Professor PC Ray, and we know that he is an ocean of knowledge. He excelled himself in all the fields. That's why I chosen the topic that Acharya Prafull Chandra Ray, an epitome of scientist, educationist, philanthropist, historian, and industrialist. After doing his BSc and DSc from Britain, he came back to India for teaching and doing research in India. But at that time, the British system was divided into two services. One is imperial and one is provincial. Imperial services is just for the Europeans, which is highly paid and prestigious. So Prafull Chandra Ray didn't fit in that. That's why he has to wait for a year to get a job. Then after a year, he decided to join the provincial services in the Presidency College with a salary of Rs 250 per month. As a teacher, Praful Chandra Ray is very humorous, which start with his class with a humorous comment and perform simple experiments in the class so that the weaker students can also understand the various topics, and that's why the students were attracted towards him. He always emphasized on acquiring the real knowledge instead of mugging up the concepts. P.C. Ray. Though chemistry was taught only at the Presidency College, but no research was done anywhere in India. So Ray realized that if India wants to prosper as a country in future, it must build a strong base of scientific research. That's why he said one also has to train a band of students who would carry forward the torch. That's why he trained so many students, and after that, these students were roam in various parts of the country, and they forward the torch of research. The first research laboratory was settled by Professor Ray at Presidency College, and he started from the scratch. No funds were there for setting up the chemistry lab. He believed that one should not engage in research for the sake of money and secure future, unless one has an internal urge and attraction for finding the unknown. That's the main motive of the scientist. After leaving the Presidency College, he took the charge of chemistry department of University College of Science at Raza Bazar and worked there for 20 years and then get retired. The best part about P.C. Ray is that when he set up this college, he used to live in a room of that hostel so that he can connect with the students which are living in the hostel and understand their basic problems and help them in various ways. He also created the Indian Chemical Society, and this society was the one who started the Indian Journal, the Journal of Indian Chemical Society. Praful Chandra contribution to history of chemistry in India. We know that he is a chemist, but the first love of Professor Chandra was literature. He is very keen in history, and being a chemist, to know the history of chemistry is more interesting for him. But he used to read the books of the European authors, but he found that there is no mention of Indian research in that. So what he did 12 years Herculean job to collect the data that was done by the Indian researchers, but this data was not found in any type of book. So what the various challenges that he faced to collect this data? The main thing is all this data or scriptures were in Sanskrit and Pali. So he learned first Sanskrit and Pali and then convert the data in the regional language. The another bigger challenge was that the learned community which can understand the research and the science is divided into two parts. That is Anglophiles, which are basically British lovers, and another one, the nationalists. And these nationalists didn't understand the research part, so they only think that there is some Maya and we have to follow that only. So the basic, then he faced a question that why did science in India decline and disappear? In spite we have so many, and in ancient India we have so many things that is in our Purans and Gita. So what he did, he find out the causes, that what are the basic causes so that he can resolve it. So the various causes that he's found, first one is the caste system. Another one is that the people think that it is a sin to touch a dead body. That's why we lag behind in the surgery and medicine field. And the third cause that he found is the spread of Vedanta philosophy, and that's why everyone involved believe in Maya, and they said that everything is governed by the God, and we have to just follow it. So these are the various causes. A History of Hindu Chemistry was the book written by the Professor Chandra. And he was such a bold personality that he was the first person who said that Arasta philosophy, which was held in Hell's section of the section, and the Hindu custom were held in the pursuit of truth. My friend Meenakshi will carry forward the presentation. Dr. Meenakshi.
ये हाँ ये वाला ये आगे तेरी स्लाइड आ गई है हाँ अच्छा ये क्या हो रहा है अरे ये आगे जा रही है अच्छा ये लेफ्ट वाला है
यहाँ से ना तेरा यहीं से बोल ले
नहीं Now I explain how and why the Dr. P.C. Ray, a great researcher, became an industrialist. Under a British colonial rule, Indian market was dominated by British goods. Indian boycotted the British goods, but it was quite unsuccessful in boycotting the medicine and the chemical product because there was no industry in India for the pharmaceutical or for the chemicals. At that time, he felt that the India has to be self-reliant for the freedom, and that's why he decided to or establish an industry. But this is not only one reason because of which he want to set up the industry. There are two more reasons because of which he want to establish the industry. The very second reason is how to utilize the bounty of raw material which is present in our mother nature and how to generate the employment for the ill-fed. These are the three reasons because of which he want to establish the industries. Now, afterwards, he also felt that Europe and America, they are the chemical and industries, and the researcher work hand to hand. That is, so it is very necessary before establishing the industry, he has to establish the research laboratory. And that's why he has started the research laboratory in his own house, a very first time, and start working, experimenting with the indigenous medicines, and finally he discovered many medicines. And then he took these medicine from one seller to another seller, and finally he had started his own industry, that is Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Works in 1902. Later this company becomes such a big company that it started competing with the British goods, and at that time many other like-minded doctors and the pharmacists like Dr. Amulya Charan Basu, Chandrabhushan Bhaduri, etc. will come, and also nationalists like Chittaranjan Das and the Subhash Chandra Bose come forward to help him. Then this company becomes that the Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Works enlarged, and it will shift it from house to Maniktala, and then it is shifted. Second branch is shifted to the Panihati. He was not only involved with the chemical industry, he was also involved in Calcutta Pottery Works, Bengal Enamel Works, National Tannery Works, Bengal Steam Navigation Company. He has opened all these industries, but later on, the capitalists always think about the personal gains, and he does not believe in this. These industries are his dream. That's why there always be a contradiction between the views of the capitalist or the industrialist and him, and finally a day comes when he dissociates himself from his dream, Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Works. But even then, and he always spent his share from these industries on the welfare of the workers. This made him a great philanthropist. He always spent large amount of his salary on various social works. In fact, according to estimation, he spent 9/10 of his income on charity. He had a chronic dyspepsia and the indigestion from a very young age. That's why he kept an eye on a student who lived with him, especially the poor and needy, what they eat, where they did daily exercises or not, etc. Even to educate the youth to lead a healthy life, he wrote the two books. The one is Vitamins and the Science of Nutrition. He believed that in necessity of a healthy body for the service of the nation, he lives a very Spartan life, and that you can consider that he considered a ceiling fan as an element of luxury. That's why there was no fan in his room. Acharya Ray gives many charities and awards. Like in 1922, he made a benefaction of rupees 10,000 for an annual prize in chemistry on the name of Indian great chemist Nagarjuna. In fact, on a very first Sunday of every month, there is a queue in the balcony of the Calcutta University. Why? Of whom? It is of students, and on that day, the Acharya Praful Ray gives the stipend to the student from his own salary. So he is such a big personality, and from his retirement amount also, he donated rupees 1,80,000 into the Calcutta University for the extension and development of the chemistry department. Thus, Acharya Ray excelled in chemistry, created the School of Chemistry, created industries, and laid the foundation of science in India. He was pioneer in struggle against unscientific beliefs and superstition. In last but not the least, the best way to pay homage to this great personality by following the path craved by him, that is, practicing science, follow social responsibilities, respect mankind, and committed to people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Balwinder Singh ji. Is the speaker. Next presenter is there. Dr. Balwinder Singh. Then we will go for the next one by Miss Garima. Oh, you are there. Okay. Dr. Balwinder Singh, who will speak on Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray as a leader in research and teaching of chemistry in British India. So please stick to the time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Today, I will focus on some of the contributions which Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray has given to the nation and chemistry, and why we call him as a father of chemistry. So the topic is, as a leader in research and teaching of chemistry in British India, as all of we know, during the British time period, there was suppression of Indian knowledge and Indians in all the ways. So in that time, I would like to show you where he lived. That is a small village, Raurli, now in Bangladesh, and the house where he lived, and the environment of his childhood where he got inspiration, and the foundation which led him to be a great scientist started from his home. His father was also a visionary, and he loves the literature and the classic of that time. So he built a library in his home, and that library which he made in his home was very useful for the Acharya P.C. Ray later on. So from birth till the age of 9, he lived at home and studied the early education in the school that was founded by his father. So you can see the contribution of his father in his early education, and then he moved to the Calcutta for further study, because his elder brother has completed his schooling at the village. So when he went to the Kolkata, he also feel some type of hesitation to merge with the colleagues in the school. And there his health also deteriorated and he fell ill, and due to ill health, he has to discontinue his early study and again went to village, so where he spent 2 years. And during these 2 years, he spent a lot of his time in the library which was built by his father. So the best thing which we can give to our student or our child is the book. So here you can understand the importance of library. So that library enriched his knowledge, also motivated him to learn the different languages and also the different literary work, and his all the different interests in the literature that developed here. So after overcoming the disease, he come back to the Kolkata again, and here he was admitted again to the school, and he continued his studied at the school, at Albert School, and then further higher studies at Kolkata, now known as Kolkata. So the person extreme right to my side on the slide is that Keshav Chandra Sen, who founded the Albert School, where he completed his education, schooling, and then 1879 shifted to the Metropolitan College, now known as the Vidyasagar College. So as a student of fine art, so could you imagine that he was not a student of science earlier, he was a student of fine art. So there was a compulsory subject of chemistry. So the Professor Bhagi and the earlier speaker was also talking about the merging of the different subject from the art and from the science. So here the compulsory subject was chemistry. You can imagine if there was no compulsion for reading chemistry, Sir P.C. Ray will not study the chemistry at all. And we will lost a brilliant mind in chemistry. So there he went to the Presidency College because chemistry was not available at the Metropolitan College where he was admitted for the FA degree. So his zeal or his enthusiasm for the study of chemistry come when he met and studied under the very brilliant teacher that was Professor Alexander Pedler. So now you can understand the importance of teacher. So teacher can develop the interest or teacher can break the interest. If a teacher explains the subject in the classroom with the demonstration like Alexander Pedler to the P.C. Ray, he shifted his focus from literature to chemistry. So he was not initially focused to the chemistry, but now he focused to the chemistry. And then he appeared for the scholarship which was offered by Edinburgh University, and he was managed to cross this. Now you can understand the importance of language. To sit in this exam for the Gilchrist scholarship, he has or anyone has to know 4 languages. But at the same time, due to his previous studies, he can display the knowledge in 4 languages, and he was able to shift to the Edinburgh University where he did his PhD under the guidance of Alexander Brown. And from here, when he returned, he was a inorganic chemist by nature. And when he came back to India, what happened? He was jobless. And no services was offered under the rule. So the earlier teacher, Alexander Pedler, and his Professor Brown, with the help of that latter, he can get a job in provincial category in India, and there he worked for a long time and contributed in research and teaching, and he developed and he was able to create a group of students. He excelled in different areas. So here you can see 158 or more research papers, contribution, a very good text on the Hindu chemistry, and helped in the different type of institutions, setup of different institutions you can see, and the industry also. So I will conclude with this slide. So you can see Professor or Acharya P.C. Ray developed a team of students who contributed in the progress of the nation, and you can read some name from here. And due to the time limit, I will conclude my talk, and thank you to all.
Dhanyawad Singh Sahab. Now the last presentation for the today by Ms. Garima, History of Chemistry in Ancient and Medieval India.
Chemistry is embedded in the very intricacies of anatomical structures, physiological processes, beauty of nature, and whatnot. This makes it fascinating to know about the origin and development of this central science which leads to the modern civilization with its remarkable achievement. A very cheerful evening to everyone present here. My name is Garima, and today I am going to give a presentation on the topic History of Chemistry in Ancient and Medieval Period. Is it working? So my presentation is based on the masterpiece authored by Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. Talking about this eminent personality, Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, also known as the father of Indian chemistry because of his relentless contribution and commendable efforts in the field of Indian chemistry and central science. He was a prominent Indian chemist, educationist, historian, industrialist, and philanthropist. Sir P.C. Ray was more than a scientist. His love for and knowledge of history was rather remarkable, which can be witnessed from his often repeated remarks that he became a chemist by a mere accident.
and eminent historian of Indian sciences, Acharya Ray published the first volume of his monumental work, The History of Hindu Chemistry, in 1902, the second volume of which published in 1908. In 1956, the Indian Chemical Society published the revised edition of this masterpiece because it was not printed a few decades ago. That is why it was again republished, and the revised edition of it was published by Indian Chemical Society, and it was named as History of Chemistry in Ancient and Medieval India, incorporating the history of Hindu chemistry, which is the mitochondria of my presentation. So talking about the ancient Indian chemistry, which is also known as Rasa Shastra, Rasa Vidya, or Rasa Tantra, which literally means science of liquid. The term liquid here means mercury, which I'll be discussing in the later part of my presentation. There also existed chemical laboratories mentioned in Rasa Ratna Samuchay, which is one of the most important treatises of iatrochemical period, which I'll be discussing in the later part of my presentation. These laboratories were termed as Rasakriya Shala or Rasakriya Nagaram. The two great human instincts, that is self-preservation and an urge for knowledge, are responsible for the birth of this central science. Hence, we can say that the urge for survival and the curiosity of the ancient people was something that was responsible for the birth, growth, and development of this central science. Now, talking about the timeline of my presentation, the entire ancient and medieval period of chemistry is divided into 5 parts, that is prehistoric period, Vedic and Ayurvedic period, transitional period, Tantric period, and iatrochemical period. Talking about the prehistoric period, initially it is not present in the history of Hindu chemistry, which was originally authored by Dr. P.C. Ray. However, it is present in the republished version by the Indian Chemical Society. So here it is. The prehistoric period, which is approximately from 4000 BC to 1500 BC, is basically divided into 3 periods. The basis of classification of these periods is the advent of Indus Valley civilization. So we are having 3 periods, that is pre-Harappan period, and post-Harappan period. Talking about pre-Harappan period, which is approximately from 4000 BC to 2000 BC, with the development of the art of painted and polychrome pottery and that of smelting of copper from copper ores. Prehistoric period laid the foundation of metallurgy and chemistry in ancient India. And now talking about the second period, that is Harappan period. This Harappan period can be explained on the basis of advent of Indus Valley civilization and their culture. The color and other characteristics of Harappan pottery, mainly wheel-made ware, depended upon the composition of the clay used and techniques of firing under either oxidizing or reducing properties. Now talking about the last period of this prehistoric period, we are having post-Harappan period, which was approximately from 800 BC to 1500 BC. In opinion of major of the archaeologists, it is believed that Indus Valley civilization declined at the advent of barbarian invaders who utilized the tradition of the local craftsmen and introduced some new innovations and techniques to the framework of ancient civilization and chemistry. Is happening. Now when we talk about the second period, that is Vedic and Ayurvedic period. So again we are having 2 periods in this. Number 1 is Vedic period. Vedic period, the remarkable expositions of Nyaya Sutra of Gautama and Vasishka Darshana of Kannada explain about the use of chemistry during Vedic period. Now it becomes important to understand the Nyaya Sutra and Vasishka system. Nyaya Sutra accepts 4 independent sources of knowledge, that is perception, inference, comparison, and testimony. Whereas on the other hand, Vasishka accepts only 2, which are perception and inference. The Vasishka system holds that the smallest indivisible and indestructible part of the world is an atom, that is Anu, and hence we can say that all physical things are a combination of the atoms of earth, water, land, fire and air, that is Panchabhuta. Hence the glimpses of today's modern atomic theory has its root dated back to Vedic period. Metallurgy was highly developed and people were acquainted with the knowledge and art of forging of metals. Vedic age also elucidated the iron extraction from ore, smelting and other metallurgical processes. They had the knowledge of tanning of hides, that is making leather from the skin of animals, and making use of natural vegetable coloring material for dyeing. Acharya Nagarjuna, one of the most important names in the history of chemistry during the ancient and medieval period. He was an extraordinary wizard of science who discovered the alchemy of transmuting base metals into gold and made significant contributions to the field of curative medicine as the author of medical books like Arogya Manjari and Yogasar. Kautilya's Arthashastra, one of the most important book in this period, had reference of availability of various metallic ores, the methods of purification, the utility of various metals and alloys, and the gold plating of copper has also a special mention in this book. Now when we talk about the Ayurvedic period, which is approximately from 600 BC to 800 AD, it is that period which experienced the boom of innovations and ideas in the ancient chemistry. Ayurveda focuses on constitution and inner balance of the body, which is also termed as Prakriti. And we are having certain bases of Ayurveda which can be explained in the form of following points. Number one, living body is composed of 5 elements, that is Panchabhuta. Prithvi, Jal, Vayu, Akash and Teja, also Vata, Pitta, Kapha, are the combination and permutation of these 5 elements, and these 5 elements can be explained in the terms of dosha, dhatu and mala. There are total 7 dhatus. They are Rakta, Mansa, Medas, Asthi, Majja, Shukra and Rasa. And there are 3 main types of mala, that is excretory material, which are Purusha, Mutra and Shveda. The doshas, when exist in dynamic equilibrium, lead to a healthy body, whereas when there is an imbalance of these doshas, they result into unhealthy body conditions also, and this is termed as dosha also. Chakra Samhita, Sushrita Samhita and Ashtanga Hridaya are the 3 major classics which enumerate the 8 different branches of medical knowledge, that is surgery, ENT surgery, therapeutics, pediatrics, toxicology, rejuvenation, vilification, supernatural and mental diseases. Now when we talk about the next period, that is the transitional period, which is approximately from 800 AD to 1100 AD. This period represents a transition in the progress of alchemy as the nature and composition of substances used as drugs drastically changed. Herbs and vegetables matters were largely employed as drugs with a few simple and readily available products of the mineral kingdom. 2 notable treatises of this period are Siddha Yoga of Vrinda and Chakradatta of Chakrapani Datta. Synthetic metallic preparations have received considerable attention in these treatises. Now moving further to the next period, which is Tantric period. The word Tantric is often interconnected with black magic and spell, however it is not so the case. Tantric period can be observed from 700 AD to 1300 AD. Indian alchemy largely derived its color, flavor and nourishment from the Tantric period. Now the question which hits our mind is, what is that made the Tantras the repositories of chemical knowledge? So here is the answer. According to Tantras, preservation of the body is achieved by the use of mercury, medicaments and breathing exercises. Tantras therefore deal with the medicinal preparations consisting mostly of mercury, calculated to make the body undecaying and immortal for the emancipation of a man alive. In all the Tantric treatises, the word rasa has been used to refer mercury, as I stated in the beginning of my presentation itself. Hence, tantras came to be the repositories of many chemical information and innovative ideas. Now, moving further to the last period, that is iatrochemical period, which is approximately from 1300 AD to 1550 AD. Iatrochemical period is derived from iatrochemistry.
Garima, can you wind up?
Yes, sir, this is my last slide. Which is a branch of both chemistry and medicine. The prominent feature of tantric period lay in the search after elixir vitae and the power of projection, whereas in the iatrochemical period, these fantastic and extravagant ideas, however impossible of realization, had subsided into something more practical and tangible. The numerous preparation of mercury, iron, copper and other metals, although they could not secure immortality, were found to be useful accessories in the curative medicine. Rasaratna Samuchaya served as one of the most important treatises of this period, which deals with the medicinal chemistry and has also a reference to laboratories in it. That I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation itself. Now, concluding my presentation, I would like to say that the theories and practices relating to chemistry held a prominent place in different areas of learning in India, but education in India, not being secular, universal, and professions hereditary and caste specific, the technical skills and knowledge became confined to a certain class of the society and section of the society. The intellectual communities and society did not have active interaction with the practitioners of various sciences like the artisans, etc. Another factor was colonial intervention, which destroyed indigenous sciences and knowledge system. Eminent scholar and historian Acharya P.C. Ray has pointed out these factors to be major reasons to obstruct the gradual development of Indian sciences. However, modern science as we know it today is only a tiny drop of water in the vast ocean of knowledge that was available to us in the past. The life and legacy of Acharya P.C. Ray inspires each of us, every individual sitting in the conference room. So we should learn from his life and do something which can make proud not only him but also our country. Thank you for your precious time. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Garima. Thank you. So it was the last presentation for today and for the conference also. So we conclude this session with 2 plenary lectures and 7 oral presentations. And now we will just, the stage will be prepared for valedictory session. So I request all of you to kindly wait for a moment. In the meantime, it will be prepared. And we are also waiting for the chief guest. So we will close this session here. Thank you.
माइक चालू कर Thank you, Professor Prasad and Dr. Arvind, to chair the session. Please don't leave, and the valedictory session is about to start, and the chairperson of the session is about to come in.
All the members present in the hall are requested to remain seated, please. In a short while from now, Honorable Minister and other guests for the valedictory function will be there with us. So please keep seating properly. Students, please come forward to the seats vacant in front of you. Our chief guest has just reached. Please be seated. Name वो लंबा दीजिए.
तू दो पे उठा के लाना, देख क्या रहा है? सर पे जहाँ बैठा हूँ बगलिन तो रखी, बेवकूफ तरह बातें कर रहा है। ये राउंड में इधर खड़ा हो, इससे देखिए कैसे चीजें चीजें हैं।
थोड़ा सा आप समझा देंगे तो बच्चों को मैं वहाँ से बात कर सकता हूँ, चलेगा।
फेलिसिटेशंस होंगी.
उसमें
फेलिसिटेशंस होंगी.
बीसी जो कहाँ के आ रहे हैं उनको एक
हाँ.
शॉल देंगे और मोमेंटो देंगे.
पहले मिनिस्टर.
ठीक है, शॉल और मोमेंटो वो एक साथ दिए जाएगा. ठीक है. शॉल इनके शॉल इनके
हेलो. हाँ कोई नहीं. फिर इसके वॉश ने.
हेलो 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 हेलो
अशोक प्रसाद.
बस 4 ही लोग हैं.
हाँ. और 5वें ही.
हेलो
6 में नहीं 5 ही हो गए. 5 मिनिस्टर एंड विद्युत चक्रवर्ती जी, एस के वॉशने जी, अशोक प्रसाद जी और ए के भागी जी. हाँ भागी सर का बना हुआ है.
मिनिस्टर तो सेंटर में रहेंगे, मेन होंगे. ठीक है.
सबसे पहले मिनिस्टर का, फिर डीसी का, और फिर एस के वॉशनर सर का, और फिर प्रोफेसर अशोक प्रसाद सर का, और उसके बाद ए के भागी.
ठीक है.
1 2 3 4
इनमें से ना शॉल और ये तो इनको दिए गए. ठीक है. और बाकी इसके बाद अवार्ड जो होगा वो
पहले एसे वाले, फिर पोस्टर वाले, ब्लॉग वाले, फिर ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन.
ठीक है. और मैम इसमें भी पहले जूनियर फिर सीनियर जो चलेगा ना. ठीक है.
अरे बलराम पानी जी भी आ रहे हैं. 6 हो
गए. तो इनका नाम नहीं है उसमें.
ला रहे हैं वो.
And inclusive excellence. I want them to start with with the area that they are comfortable with, which is about their own story. All of them, as Murthy ji has said, they've cleared a very, very competitive, very highly proficient in their own area of studying science. Their stories first, and then we'll try and
I request all the students to take their seats, please. यहीं पर ही, हाँ ठीक है।
हो गया गोपाल भैया, हो गया। हाँ फ्रेम आ रहा है कंप्लीट।
हमारे अतिथि हमारे बीच पधारने वाले हैं, कृपया हॉल में शांति बनाए रखें। Good evening and namaskar to all. I would request all our dignitaries to please come out on the dais. Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. Honorable Professor Bidyut Chakrabarti, VC Vishwa Bharati. Dr. S.K. Vashne, Advisor and Head, International Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Professor Balram Pani, Dean Colleges, University of Delhi. Professor Madhav Govind, Vice President, Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. Honorable Professor Bidyut Chakrabarti, VC Vishwa Bharati. Dr. S.K. Vashne, Advisor and Head, International Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Professor Madhav Govind, Vice President, Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati. Professor Balram Pani, Dean Colleges, University of Delhi. Professor Ashok K. Prasad, Head, Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi. And Professor A.K. Bhagi, Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. भरी दोपहरी में अंधियारा, सूरज परछाई से हारा, अंतर तम का नेह निचोड़ें, बुझी हुई बाती सुलगाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं। ज्ञान विज्ञान का दिया जलाते हुए आइए इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के समापन समारोह को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। स्वागत के क्रम में I request Professor Balram Pani to felicitate Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. Professor Rajiv Singh is requested to welcome and felicitate Professor Bidyut Chakrabarti. Professor Thank you. I request Dr. B.K. Singh to do the honors and felicitate Dr. S.K. Washne. Thank you. To welcome and felicitate Dr. Madhav Govind, I invite Professor S.K. Avasthi, please. Professor S.K. Avasthi, please felicitate Dr. Madhav Govind. Thank you. Dr. Rahul Singhal is requested to welcome Professor Balram Pani, please. Now I request Dr. Anu Singh to welcome Professor Ashok K. Prasad. I request Dr. Mayuri Dutt, National Coordinator, Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan, to felicitate Professor A.K. Bhagi, please. Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan is a unique initiative of Vigyan Bharati for popularizing and imbibing Swadeshi spirit in the young minds. Their yearly activity brochure is being released today. I invite Dr. Mayuri Dutt to come on the dais and tell about the same in brief, and Dr. Mukesh Kumar and Mr. Abhishek Sahu to please carry forward the release of the brochure. I invite Dr. Mayuri Dutt, National Coordinator, Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan, to come and tell about the same in brief.
Okay, thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Team VVM, Central Team, Team Delhi is beholden to have witnessed the release of VVM 22-23. The brochure today released on this platform on a special occasion is something which we are going to really keep it in the history of Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan's archive. We all know that we are actually on the verge of completing the celebration, rather in this international conference. The team VVM, which has been working from last 12 days. Why would I say 12 days? Because before holding this particular program, organizing this program at DU, they had done an excellent job in organizing and creating a benchmark for our Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan. Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan is a national science talent examination. It's a brainchild of Vigyan Bharati, and it is supported by NCRT, Indraprastha, and all the other educational boards and authority, which includes Central Board of Secondary Education, ICSE, and COPSE, the Council of Board of Secondary Education. Every year, around 2 lakh students participate in this program, which is conducted on an online platform. It's first of its kind, worldwide famous National Science Talent Search Examination, which was conducted 7 years back on an VVM app. After pandemic, now we are actually noticing everyone appearing for the examination in various devices. This year, that is in 2021, around 1,27,000 students participated in this online science talent search examination. And we are but very happy to announce to this august gathering that all these children who had participated had actually read about the biography of none other than Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. So that was our achievement, and we took this opportunity today to launch, rather release, our Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan brochure of Delhi zone today in this platform. Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan is actually conducted in 3 stages. The first stage is known as National Science Talent Online Examination, held in the month of November. The second stage is the state level exam, and the third is a national level exam. We call this examination as a unique exam because its facets are very unique. The first part is we make sure that our children study about India's contribution to science. Sir, all those who are on the dais, we would like to tell that all the students who participate or register in this examination from standard 6 to standard 11 are asked to study, read a special book curated, developed as a study material for the students registered in Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan. In addition to that, we make it sure that we make one biography of any eminent Indian scientist and make the children read that. From this year, we've come up with another additional program and an additional study material, which is known as the Unsung Warriors. This particular edition is August edition of this Science India book, which we made our children study and appear for the exam. In this examination, it is made compulsory for children to clear the first level, Group A, which is based on these 3 special study material provided to the children to study, and then only they are asked to go to the second level. And this is why we call it a unique examination. Now, if we talk about the other aspect of this examination, I would like to tell you that our children, after clearing the first level, they get the opportunity to be district, school, and state winners. And in these 3 levels, we give them special, you can say, we facilitate them, we take them to R&D laboratories and make them visit these laboratories, which really inspire them to take this as a profession. The 2 new facets which we have added this year is, one is Shrijan, an intensive training cum internship program, and another is Bhaskara scholarship of ₹2,000 to each student, each winner, which are 18 in number. Now, if I talk about the Shrijan, Shrijan's internship and you can say extensive program, that's where Team Delhi has worked hard. From 26th July to 31st July, we had around 75 students who had come from all across the country to attend to this program, and they visited various labs in Delhi and had enjoyed each and everything over there. If we talk about another opportunity which we give to the students, that is, it's been 3 years, we have given them an opportunity to join the Mega Science Experiment. So all the registered students who join us, which is more than 2 lakhs, they come and conduct this Mega Science Experiment, which talks about eat food as medicine, else medicine will become food. And this nationwide Mega Science Experiment and a novel endeavor of VVM actually help the children to note down and let us know about what they are eating for a period of 1 week. This is the first of its kind mega experiment which has been conducted in India, and the data which we collect, we actually share that in our annual program which is conducted as National Program for VVM. We request all members present here in this guest gathering to please come forward and help us all to promote this examination known as Vidyarthi Vigyan Bharati, so that each and every child will once again get opportunity to explore in the ocean, in the sea of science. In addition to that, we all know that KVPY has been scrapped. There is no such examination left for children to have a practice about various science subjects. So may we have, on behalf of Team VVM, put forward this request to all those who are present here to become the science communicator. Please communicate this to the masses that vvm.org.in is a wonderful website wherein students will come to know more about various programs which they can undergo while they are registered with Vidyarthi Vigyan Bharati for a period of 1 year. The registration for July for this session 2022 has started, and that's going to end on the 30th of September. So let the students come. We want you all to become brand ambassadors and promote Vidyarthi Vigyan Bharati. I am Mayuri Dutt from Kolkata. I'm the National Coordinator for Outreach and Registration, and my job is to do so all across the country. So I would like to take the blessings of the eminent guests who are there on stage and want that our program should also be blessed the way the other DST programs have been blessed by all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. In the pre-independence era, Britishers didn't want our country to grow or become self-reliant. They systematically ignored that India had a rich tradition of knowledge. Besides the rich ancient wisdom of Vedas and Upanishads, scientific disciplines like number system, algebra, astrology, position of Grihi Nakshatras, shiny polishes of stones, Ayurvedic medicines, etc. were all invented in Bharat. But Britishers kept marginalizing our country, projecting India as an uncivilized country with no scientific vision in front of the whole world. We Indians were pushed into a dilemma or an atmosphere of self-doubt. This international conference on contribution of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray as a chemist and freedom fighter has successfully established a narrative for our youth that in that era, India had a rich legacy of scientists who were revolutionaries in their own right. While the Western science was exploiting our resources, our scientists combined their love for country and their knowledge for the welfare of all. Acharya transmitted to his students not only the love for chemistry, but also for his love for Bengal and, of course, for India. We are privileged to have Professor Bidyut Chakrabarti, Vice Chancellor, Vishwabharati, West Bengal, amongst us. A renowned academician, he was earlier a professor in the Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to address the gathering. Professor Bidyut Chakrabarti, sir.
नमस्कार। आपने थोड़ी देर पहले मेरा बात सुना तो और यहाँ पे हम लोग इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं मंत्री जी का भाषण सुनने के लिए। मैं 2-3 पंक्तियाँ आप लोगों को सुना के मैं मेरा भाषण ख़त्म कर दूंगा। पहले आज का जो समाज में चल रहा है उसके बारे में कभी का सोच मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। ये हिंदुस्तान मर्यादा पुरुष राम का जन्म स्थान है, मर्यादा कहाँ? ये हिंदुस्तान प्रेमिक भगवान कृष्ण का कर्म भूमि है, प्रेम कहाँ? ये हिंदुस्तान भगवान बुद्ध का तपोवन थे, शांति कहाँ? लेकिन ये अगर यहाँ से हम ख़त्म करें तो आप सोचेंगे मैं बहुत ही पेसिमिस्ट हूँ। मैं पेसिमिस्ट नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि आज हम लोग जिसके बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हैं आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र रे, ये कभी पेसिमिज्म मतलब कुछ होगा नहीं ये कभी सोचते नहीं। तो इसलिए पीसी रे को शरण करके मैं आपको और दो शेर का 2-4 पंक्तियाँ सुनाना चाहता हूँ। कर्म अच्छा है, कर्म अच्छा है तो किस्मत दासी है, नियत सही है तो घर मथुरा वृंदावन काशी है। और दूसरा जो लास्ट वाला मैं सुनाना चाहता आपको, ये भी आचार्य पीसी रे के लिए मैं समर्पण करना चाहता हूँ। ये सूर्यकांत त्रिपाठी निराला का पंक्तियाँ पूरा याद नहीं है, जो याद है मैं उससे आपको 2-4 पंक्तियाँ में मैं मेरा जो सोच वो आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। भूलो मत अपनी आन, शीश काट जाए। भूलो मत अपनी आन, शीश काट जाए। भूलो मत अपनी मान, सिर काट जाए। आई एम फॉरगेटिंग, शीश काट जाए। आप लोगों को पता है ये? भूलो मत अपनी आन, सॉरी, शीश कट जाए। जीना है तो मरना सीखो रे, जीना है तो मरना सीखो रे, क्योंकि यमराज दोबारा कष्ट नहीं करता है। तो देखिए पीसी राय के बारे में मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आज हम लोग सभी इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं हमारा सुभाष जी का भाषण सुनने के लिए। मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ जो आप लोग ये मौका दिया, इनविटेशन किया। और मैंने जो कहा पहले, ये मेरे लिए घर वापसी। तो जब भी आप लोग बुलाएंगे तभी मैं आने के लिए तैयार हूँ, क्योंकि दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय से ही मैं जो आज हूँ, ये दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के वजह हूँ। इसलिए दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। और जो दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय चला रहा है, यहाँ पे हमारा बॉस बैठे हुए बलराज पानी साहब, एक बलराज पानी का साहब के थ्रू मैं जो हमारा बड़े साहब वाइस चांसलर साहब जोगेश जी को भी नमस्कार देना चाहता हूँ। आप प्लीज़ बता दीजिए। और आपका एक साथी मेरा स्टूडेंट भी रह चुके, श्री प्रकाश। तो सबको मैं आप लोगों का नमस्कार देना चाहता हूँ। शायद पता नहीं बाद में मुलाकात होगा कि नहीं, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल साइंस होने के बावजूद भी मैं केमिस्ट्री का साथ आ गया। तो ये बड़प्पन है केमिस्ट्री का जो हेड डीन साहब का। तो पता नहीं बाद में इस तरह आशीर्वाद चलता रहेगा कि नहीं। तो मैं इसी उम्मीद में जो आशीर्वाद चलता रहे, मैं आता रहूं, ये इसके साथ मैं आपको फिर धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपके इन प्रेरणादायी शब्दों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। I now request Dr. S.K. Vashne, Advisor and Head, International Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to please say a few words.
Namaskar to everyone, honorable ministers, guests on the dais, and participants. Of course, participants have heard me this afternoon. Only thing I would like to say, the dream of being a self-reliant country, which even our current government is having, cannot be fulfilled until we realize our own inner strength. We know our own challenges and we know how to win them over. This is very critical. What Britishers have done to our country, they broke our thought process. They broke our trust in our own documents, in our own history. Our institution of learning, like Takshashila and Nalanda, they were started getting eroded. And institutions like Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, they started developing when institutions like Takshashila and Nalanda were coming down. So it was a design. We were made to thought. Even today, we had a lot of disbelief in our own system. So Asiatic Society of Bengal, they started a movement, and lot of scientific learnings were made to come from there to see how India could raise its head even during the British time. And we had many scientists like Professor P.C. Ray, Bose, Raman, who emerged from that Bengal movement. And idea was, even at that time, was to make India self-reliant and to fight the freedom struggle together. So friends, it is important that realizing our own strength, realizing our own challenges, we keep on working on finding solutions. Those solutions could come from technology, those solutions could come from some other way, but we need to keep on working those solutions. I come from Department of Science and Technology, which is promoting scientific temper among the masses. We would like each one of us to think scientifically, which is not very different than thinking logically. And we would like each one of us to provide, to contribute, to solve the national challenges. So we are having competition even for class 6 students to give them ideas. And we are now approaching 500,000 schools across the country. So each year we start with 1 million raw idea from the school children. And these raw ideas are competing, and at each stage of competition they are being mentored by subject experts so that they could convert their idea into project, from project to prototype, from prototype to demonstrable, working, functional project. I am so happy to tell Honorable Minister that from this group of students, class 6 to class 10, we start with 1 million idea, 2 idea per school from 500,000 schools, and each year we get 10 to 12 patentable ideas. So what I am trying to say, for developing technology solutions, you require no age. Idea could come anytime. The moment you are struck with the challenge, you work out how to come over it. And that is what we would like even our youngsters to start thinking. And that is how we can make our country, our nation proud. And the learning of Professor Rai was that we should come out more strongly during adversities. So that he did during the school time. And also the variety. Not only he was a teacher, he was a student, teacher, learner, but he was entrepreneurs and also freedom fighters. So we could excel in any field, whatsoever we desire. Only thing is we require passion, and that we can learn from him. So I hope, I wish we all pledge ourselves to make our nations proud, strength, give our strength and try to work out each one of us. If we address one challenge what country is facing, probably in time to come, we will find India making its place higher up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to inform that we had four competitions, namely essay competition, poster competition, blog writing, and oral presentation. And in all of these four competitions, in essay and poster, we had two categories, junior and senior. So now we'll go, it is time to announce the awards. For announcing the result of the essay competition, I now invite Professor Sunil Sharma, please. As sir announces the name of the winners.
Good evening, and
As sir announces, as sir announces the name of the award winners, I would request all the winners to come forward, and I request Honorable Union Minister of State in Ministry of Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, to please do the honors and give away the awards to the prize winners.
so just I would like to brief for 1 minute that it was a very difficult decision to select only a few people from number of students, and so we have increased the number of award from 3 to 4, and we discussed the organizers and they gave a consent, so we are thankful to the organizers. The UGPG category, the first prize goes to Miss Manisha Sharma. Miss Manisha.
The winner can come forward to collect the prize from the minister, please.
Okay. If she is not there, we'll convey the message. The second prize goes to Miss Nayasha Malik. Okay. Please go.
Sir, the first prize is of rupees 10,000, the second prize is of rupees 7,000, and the third prize is of rupees 5,000. She has secured the second position.
In the UGPG category, we have decided to give 2 people the third prize. One is Muhammad Samtullah Ansari and another is Miss Priyanka. So, Miss Priyanka and Muhammad Samtullah Ansari both deserve the third prize. Are they there? Okay, if not, then we'll just give this award, money and also the prize to them. Under the school category, the first prize goes to Miss Mugdha Devaskar. Please come this way. Come this way. Okay. And the second prize in the school category goes to Miss Mani Gupta. I think she is not there again, so we'll give the prize to her. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the results of poster presentation, I invite Professor Rakesh Kumar Sharma to please announce the awards. And I again request Honorable Minister Dr. Subhash Sarkar to please give away the prize to the prize winners.
Hi, good evening all. Actually, I was also a member of this committee to judge or to evaluate the posters. and really it was really very difficult to decide, since there were around 40 or 45 posters, and out of that we had to find 3 for the junior category, school and UG level, and 3 for PG, PhDs and faculties. And really it was very difficult, because all of the poster presenters, they have done a wonderful job, and they have made a poster very nice, and it was very difficult for us. But since we had to decide the 3, so we did that. And but I wish all the best for all the participants. And now I am announcing the names. First is in the junior category, 11th, 12th and UG category. The first prize go to Kavya. It is BSc student. Kavya.
I request Honorable Minister to please do the honors.
And along with Kavya, Gayatri. These two are sharing the first prize. I'm sorry.
At present, I think we have only one memento, and later on the other will be done and sent to the winners. So we were not prepared that there's going to be a tie. So the memento will be sent later on separately.
Actually, we evaluated these posters on the basis of the idea, relevance, originality, quality, explanation, and we have given marks in all these categories out of 10, and we have made a total of out of 50. So on the basis of these marks, these two students have got the equal score. That's why we decided to give jointly. So that's why these are two first winner of this. And the second prize goes to Sanchita, undergraduate category, Sanchita. Either sir. And the third prize goes to Lakshit. He is 11th class, 9th class student. Lakshit, come from this side. Acha, yeah. Sorry, come from this side. Sorry. इधर से जाके सबको प्रणाम करते हो जाइए, वहाँ पे सबको प्रणाम कीजिए. वेरी गुड. आप सबका अगले अवार्डी का नाम बोल दिया करो. अगले अवार्डी का नाम बोल दिया करो अभी. हाँ ठीक है. And in the second category, which is for PG student, research scholars, PDFs and faculties. Again, the equal score for first prize. So it is Sagarika and Aditi. Sagarika and Aditi. They are the first prize winner. सबको नमस्कार. So it is Sagarika along with Dr. Anu Singh. So they are co-author in that. So I'm sorry, actually only Sagarika is written, so that's why. Sagarika and Dr. Anu Singh. So, and Aditi. And the second prize goes to Chandan Shah. Chandan Shah, he's a PhD student. Chandan Shah. Oh. Namaste. One more, sir. Sorry. And the third prize goes to, there are two students. One is main author, and second is co-author. It is Priya Sahu and Saksham Tyagi, MSc students. This पहले जय करके आइए, नमस्ते करो ना, यहाँ पे जाके कम MSc स्टूडेंट नमस्ते करके जाइए सर. So congratulations to all the winners and all the best for all other participants for your next conferences and all that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. To announce the results of blog writing competition, I now invite Dr. Neil, please.
So this time we had a unique competition. That was a blog competition, and probably that was the first time any conferences we had. And it was beautifully judged and all assisted by Professor Malika ji, Dr. Sivani ji, Professor Rakesh ji, and Dr. Sujata ji. So we have winners, and the good thing is the blogs are already there on the site, blog.pcra.in. So anybody can read them. So I announce all the winners right away. The third prize goes to Ms. Chitra Arora from JNU. And second prize to Jyoti Devi from SRM University, Sonipat.
I request Honorable Minister Dr. Subhash Sarkar to please give the prize.
Second prize here. And the winner in the blog competition is Mohit Chahal from Department of Chemistry, Delhi University. Thank you, sir, for the honors. And I also request everybody to please go on the site and read these blogs. They are very beautiful written. All the pictures and everything, medias are there. And you can comment on this site also. Thank you.
The last competition was oral presentations. And to announce the results of that, I invite Professor Surinder Singh, please.
Good evening to all of you, and the oral presentation was in all the session is given by the UG, PG and PhD and faculty member. So we had 3 awards. First award goes to oral presentation number 5, Pooja Yadav. Second oral presentation goes to presentation number 7, Raj Pandey. Third oral presentation is held by presentation number 24, Rajiv Devnath, and presentation number 27, Dr. Tripti Kumari. I think Rajiv is not there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the award winners, please. In the words of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, I quote, "Oxford and Cambridge, with their costly apprentices, will not do for us. In the rage for forms and furniture and machinery, we must not lose the substance. We cannot allow Mother Saraswati to be enmeshed in the toils of wood and brick and mortar and strangled to death." Unquote. Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, I now invite you to address the participants of this international conference and bless us all.
Namaskar. Warm greetings to all. On the dais, Professor Vidyut Chakraborty, Vice Chancellor, Vigyan Bharati. Dr. S.K. Varsney, Chief Department of Science and Technology. Professor Rajiv Singh ji and Dr. B.K. Singh ji, Professor Balaram Pani ji, Dean of College, Delhi University. भाई ताली तो बजना चाहिए ना? Professor Ashok Prasad ji, Head of the Department of Chemistry. Professor Ajay Kumar Bhagi ji, President of DUTA. Sri Madhav Govind ji, President Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati. And all the young participant boys and girls. Faculties, esteemed guests, eminent speakers, and participants from different parts of India teaching, and if there is some non-teaching staff, students, and dear friends from the media, if anywhere. It gives me immense pleasure to join all of you here at the prestigious University of Delhi on the valedictory of International Conference of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai as a chemist and freedom fighter. Though you have already covered 6 sessions, practically, I should attend the sessions and then I should deliver my speech in the valedictory session. But possibly you are getting a speaker who should be a student have become your professor. And I am really glad that a 2-day international conference has been organized on the work and life of Acharya ji. Science can wait, Swaraj cannot, and Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai. Take your time to appreciate this quote by Acharya ji. It is full of patriotism and independence struggle motto. Acharya ji meant that Swaraj is the ultimate goal at that point of time in the freedom struggle. And his own interest in science can wait for the time being. He gave importance to Swaraj and dedicated his life for the nation and freedom. Yesterday, the 2nd of August 2022, marked the 161st birth anniversary of Acharya Prafulla Chandra ji Rai, an eminent chemist, educationist, historian, and industrialist. This is very important, all the young boys, I am telling for you. Philanthropist and a researcher. The conference is being held under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, organized by Vigyan Bharati and Ministry of Culture in association with Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati and Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi. The conference aimed to expand the legacy and contribution of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai in society as a doyen of chemical sciences in India and his inspirational role as a freedom fighter. And I must say that the conference has been very impressive and has achieved its objectives. I have gone through the subjects and the name of the speakers. From that I can assume. Known as the father of modern chemistry in India, Prafulla Chandra Rai was a well-known scientist and teacher and one of the first modern Indian chemical researcher. He was born in Raruli Katipada in the district of Khulna in present-day Bangladesh. His father, Harish Chandra Rai, was a landlord, and his mother, Bhuvan Mohini Devi, were well educated with liberal views. They had an extensive library at home. When the family moved to Calcutta, Prafulla Chandra Rai fell ill and could not attend school. In this period of recovery, he got the scope to read the books in the library which was established by his father. And his journey was begun from that point of time. At that time he became teacher at the age of 12. And he loved biographies and history and would wake up very early at 4 o'clock in the morning to read his favorite books. We can remember it very early. Always he wake up in the morning to read his favorite books. His education started at the school founded by his father and was later completed in Calcutta. During his BA studies, he won the Gilchrist Scholarship, as a result of which he flew to England and enrolled himself in Edinburgh University in 1882. In 1885, he participated in an essay competition at the University of Edinburgh on the topic India before and after the mutiny. He was not awarded, but his essay was titled as The Nearest Approach to the Best. I am remembering few minutes before, the jury for the posters have told the same thing. All of you are very close to the first. एक ताली तो होना चाहिए ना भाई. That means all of you are very close to Prafulla Chandra Rai. To spread the message of enormities being carried out back in India by the British, he fearlessly distributed copies of his essay with an appeal to liberate India from colonial bondage. The Scottish newspaper, the Scotsman, remarked, it contains information in reference to India which will not be found elsewhere, and it is deserving of the utmost notice. Just think about, at that point of era, outside India, he created this environment. He gained his degree from Edinburgh University in 1885. Remaining at Edinburgh to undertake research, he was awarded a DSc in 1887, and the Hope Prize for this thesis on conjugated sulfates of the copper-magnesium group, a study of isomorphous mixtures and molecular combinations. Prafulla Chandra Rai returned to India in 1888 and started looking for a job. There were two categories for fetching a job in IES. The imperial ones get higher salary, better privilege, and the job was mostly offered to Britishers, while the provincial ones got 1/3 of salary of the other. What happened? For a while, color occupation in the colonial period, one had to get recommendation from eminent personalities in the same field. Despite the recommendation from renowned eminent scientist, Acharya Rai was offered the provincial job after being jobless for a year. Rai did not like it and approached Sir Alfred Croft, the director of public instruction in Darjeeling, to which no actions were taken, and asked to leave the job if he did not like it. Think the condition of the day in India. Acharya ji then joined as temporary assistant professor in Indian Education Service in July 1889 at Presidency College with a meager salary of rupees 250 only, an absurdly low pay for someone with his qualification. In 1916, so many years are over, he joined the University College of Sciences, Calcutta, where he was able to carry out research with his students and is credited for shaping it into a center of excellence. It was during the time that his students started addressing him as Acharya, with love, with respect, and in reference to the knowledges they were received from their teacher. Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai was a believer of practical knowledge. When he started teaching, he realized that by delivering lectures only, this subject like chemistry could not be made interesting to the students. So he started giving experimental demonstration along with the lectures in the class. Once he brought a bone in the class. Just to think about this. A teacher has come with a piece of bone and he began to chew in front of the students and explaining the composition of calcium phosphate in the bone. Just to think about it. Acharya would say, to be a successful teacher, one must have clean and experienced hands in the laboratory. He was very friendly with his disciple. He wrote in his autobiography, my relationship with my student is as subtle as a chemical affinity. As a chemical affinity, there is a different atoms, molecules affinity. I used to visit them often in their hostel rooms, and they were my constant companies in my maiden walk in the evening. It is very fine example for the teachers nowadays. Acharya ji was a synthetic inorganic chemist with active interest in thioorganic compound, and his famous work was on the chemistry of nitrites. In 1894, he began an analysis of rare Indian minerals in his quest to discover new elements to fill the gaps in the periodic table. He reported the first ever synthesis of an unknown compound of mercurous nitrite, which he narrated as the discovery of mercurous nitrite opened a new chapter in my life. This compound was a fascinating example of two relatively unstable ions combining to form a stable substance. The Nature magazine wrote in its issue of May 28, 1896, a paper by Dr. P.C. Rai on mercurous nitrite that is worthy of note. This series of work laid the foundation of the first research school of modern chemistry in India. Acharya's work on nitrates is well known, and due to this he was known as Master of Nitrates. From 1921 onwards, he stopped accepting salary and requested Calcutta University to spend that money on development of laboratories. Just to think about such a low amount of salary, but he is giving that. Many students, mainly the poor, lived with him, and for achievers he established scholarship like the Nagarjuna Award and Ashutosh Mukherjee Award. On his retirement, he donated a huge sum to the Calcutta University for extension and development of facilities. Acharya ji was aware of the largely developed Indian industries. Now we are coming to another chapter. All the students and the researchers, if they are, this is another chapter of his life. We should understand and we should recall and we should try to establish in our life also. And that was existing, an Indian industries he entered into. Existing before the appearance to the British. He thought about the Indian industries, which was a huge amount before the Britishers came to our India, who designedly, and Britishers designedly destroyed the native manufacturing to promote their interest. This is very important part. Under an outsider and an aggressive ruler, gradually Indians lost the alleviation and bid to set up any new venture. Rai believed in modernizing education, ushering industrial revolution in Indian products and imparting skills to students to enable them to compete with the fast changing world. He constantly felt the need for a system of scientific self-reliance which would be run by educated Indians dedicated to the service of science. He continued to create and develop new opportunities, establishing the first research laboratory at Presidency College, the Indian Chemical Society in 1924, and the first research journals of India, the Journal of Indian Chemical Society. He affiliated himself with the Swadeshi-inspired National Council of Education. Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai did not pick, mind it, Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai did not pick weapons, but he used science at his tool to shape and reform society. This is very important. He showered his life and wealth for the development of science laboratories, scholarship for young fellows. He bestowed all his life for nation building and inculcating scientific morals in the youth. In his autobiography, The Story of My Experiments with Truth, Mahatma Gandhi writes about Rai in the chapter. What is the name of the chapter? A Month with Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Please allow me to quote, he, Ms. Gokhale, Gokhale introduced Mahatma Gandhi, introduced me to all the important people that called on him. Of these, the one who stands foremost in my memory is Dr. Now he is Sir P.C. Rai. This is how he introduced Dr. Rai. This is Professor Rai, who having a monthly salary of rupees 800 keeps just rupees 40 only for himself and devotes the balance to public purposes. He is not and does not want to get married. I see little difference between Dr. Rai as he is today and as he used to be then. His dress used to be nearly as simple as it is, with this difference, of course, that whereas it is khadi now, it used to be Indian milk cloth in those days, unquote. My dear friends, we should draw inspiration from the life of Acharya Ji and work tirelessly to uplift the society and help in the nation building process. This conference brought different aspects of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai Ji under one roof and provided opportunities to exchange ideas, to establish research relations, and to find regional partners for future collaboration. To me, he was a revolutionary in the garb of a scientist. I am also in the view of Acharya Ji that Acharya Ji was also one of the earliest risk takers. My dear young friends, I am again telling, he was one of the risk takers and entrepreneurs who started Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals Limited, India's oldest pharmaceutical company, way back in 1892 with a mere investment of, can you imagine, that was only rupees 700. He started that factory. This conference has paved the platform to bring together the academia, researchers, authors, media people, and practitioners from scientific organizations and industry to share on various life and things he achieved in his lifetime. Dear young friends, will you provide me some time so that I can interact with you? Possibly by the sixth session, you have gone through several aspects. The national education policy, even the holistic education. And I would like to ask you, whether is there any cordless? Cordless mic is there? If yes, नहीं उनको उनको बाहर ऑडियंस में जरूरत है जो बताएंगे उसके लिए from the young fellows. After completion of your study or research, in some way, if you have got a scope that all the needs for you to become an entrepreneur, that considering at that time he started with 700 rupees, you have two options, either to begin with 70 lakhs or 7 crores. Have you any imagination that what you would like to do in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat, in terms of holistic education, what you are getting from your institute and from this country? Anybody? Anybody? बोलना तो चाहिए भाई, हम तो छोड़ेगा नहीं. हाँ, बोलेगा नहीं. हाँ, बस बस, yes, yes, come. It's my imagination. In between, no conversation, please. And the second one will be, question is being out beforehand. Just any research worker or any student, postgraduate or at any time, after completion of your study and research, if you got a job having award, that means you can say it's salary, per month 1.5 lakh. What you will do with these in the first month of your salary, considering your understanding on the basis of holistic education? हाँ? क्या? नहीं, no, सब बताएंगे. देखिए, it's my experience. I have gone to repeated number of institutions in colleges, universities, and even the schools, Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya. Excellent answers I am getting, excellent answers. You also can. Do it. If you can, you will say that we are tired, I will leave. I hope you will not say. Yes, please.
सर मैं
Please prepare for the second one.
नमस्ते सर। सर मैं PhD स्कॉलर हूँ। जब मुझे पहली फेलोशिप मिली थी तो पूरी तो नहीं, पर मैंने आधी फेलोशिप अपने गांव के सरकारी स्कूल में दी थी।
क्या क्या? Please repeat again. I cannot hear properly.
जब मुझे JRF की पहली फेलोशिप मिली थी तो उसमें से आधी फेलोशिप मैंने अपने गांव के सरकारी स्कूल में दी थी।
गांव में सरकारी स्कूल में दे देंगे?
हाँ, दी थी मैंने, दे दिया था मैंने।
हाँ, दे देंगे। दे दिया? अरे भाई,
सर आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए
This is the answer of my second question.
एंड फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन सर, अभी मैं प्रोफेसर राकेश कुमार शर्मा के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ।
थोड़ा स्ट्रेट रखिए और
मैं प्रोफेसर राकेश कुमार शर्मा के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ।
थोड़ा दूर रखिए थोड़ा।
तो हमारा DRDO के साथ कोलैबोरेशन है, तो वहाँ पर हम सिंथेटिक मीट पे काम कर रहे हैं। सिंथेटिक मीट में ये है कि हर कोई मीट नहीं खाता, पर बॉडी की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, तो हम सिंथेटिक मीट खुद से बना रहे हैं लैब में, ताकि हमारे जितने भी न्यूट्रिएंट्स पूरे हो सके, खासकर आर्मी, क्योंकि DRDO डिफेंस के लिए काम करता है, और डिफेंस के लिए अभी हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं अमेरिका से, वो बहुत महंगा आता है, तो हम यहाँ पर खुद से सिंथेसाइज कर रहे हैं आर्टिफिशियल मीट फ्रॉम मशरूम से। तो ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए। थैंक यू सर।
एनीवन?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am an undergraduate student, so presently I haven't done anything, but I wish to go in the pharma sector. So to establish a business on pharmaceuticals, especially on a drug designing laboratories, where lab technicians have a more respectable job. Apparently, I see that lab technicians have been looked down upon wherever they work, but we cannot function without them. So I would try to uplift them if ever I get the opportunity of going in the business line. And I would prefer taking the 70 lakh option because it is the beginning. So
दो आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र राय मिल गया। नेक्स्ट। Two more, because it is. Yes, sir. Why not? It is a pleasure. Please.
हमारा और 5 साल का नौकरी बाकी है। मेरा ये इच्छा है कि आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट I and my son we will open up a company where we are going to make instruments which are made in India. We do not want to import instruments from abroad, spend crores of rupees. Instead, I would make instruments in India. Thank you.
Say one more.
सर, मैं आपके फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना चाहूंगी। सर, जितने भी
मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं, दिस इज नॉट माई क्वेश्चन।
Okay.
मैं क्वेश्चन एक आध बार मैं भी खुद बता दिया। दिस इज एन अपील।
ओके सर। सो सर, जो भी आप हमको अमाउंट देंगे 7 करोड़ का, तो सर क्या होता है कि जो हमारे रूरल एरियाज़ में जो बच्चे होते हैं, अभी जैसे चल भी रहा है जो एस्ट्रोलॉजी के तरफ, मतलब बच्चों को थोड़ा ज़्यादा कि आप स्पेस में उनको थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट लाने के लिए ऐसे लैब्स बनाए जा रहे हैं और ऐसी पेंटिंग्स करी जा रही हैं वहाँ पे कि बच्चे अट्रैक्ट हों टूवर्ड्स दी स्काई, ताकि उनके अंदर क्यूरियोसिटी बढ़े। तो ऐसे ही हम केमिस्ट्री की भी लैब सेटअप कर सकते हैं ऐसे एरियाज़ में, ताकि बचपन से ही बच्चों को इंटरेस्ट आ जाए साइंस के अंदर। तो आगे जाके ये होगा ना कि हमको और शायद पीसी रे जैसे और हमको महान लोग मिल सके अपने इंडिया के अंदर, तो हमको थोड़ा जल्दी स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा इस सब के बारे में, ताकि इंटरेस्ट बने लोगों का।
Thank you all. You have participated, and I hope everybody can speak. And this, actually, holistic education is this, what you are getting from your parents, from your village, from your society, from your institution. You have to give it back to all of them, to the society, to the country, by any form. And if you be an entrepreneur, you have to be such an entrepreneur that which will make our Bharat as Atmanirbhar Bharat. Since we are passing through Amrit Kal, I would like to speak on a very important points that concerns celebrating the lives of all such great freedom fighters. All of you must have heard that clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for the Har Ghar Tiranga. इसी में काम करना चाहिए, everyone. ठीक है? Campaign a few days back. Har Ghar Tiranga is a campaign under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to encourage people to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark the 75th year of India's independence. Our relationship with the flag has always been more formal and institutional than personal. Bringing the flag home collectively as a nation in the 75th year of independence thus becomes symbolic of not only an act of personal connection to the Tiranga, but also an embodiment of our commitment to nation building. The idea behind the initiative is to invoke the feeling of patriotism in the hearts of the people and to promote the awareness about the Indian national flag. Let us put the Tiranga as our display pictures on social media profiles between August 2nd and 15th. I hope everyone, I am approaching to all of you, please, in your all profile picture, all status, please put Tiranga from today onwards. Let us further this movement by hoisting the national flag at our homes between 13th August and 15th August. Let us pledge to turn the campaign into a mass movement and celebrate the lives of people who own independence for us. Remembering the words of Acharya ji, we have achieved Swaraj, and how we must strive for excellence in every sphere of and reclaim the Vishwa Guru status of our motherland. In the end, I would like to quote our patriot saint Swami Vivekananda ji. The whole life is a succession of dreams. My ambition is to be a conscious dreamer, that is all. I will appeal to all of you, please be a dreamer, be a dreamer. Thank you all. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
A heartfelt thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. A detailed note on the life and works of Acharya P.C. Ray was definitely so inspiring. And interacting with the young minds in such an easy manner was really so encouraging. Our gratitude, sir. Now, to deliver the formal vote of thanks, I invite Dr. B.K. Singh. Dr. B.K. Singh, please.
On the desk, Dr. Subhash Sarkar ji, Minister of State Education, Professor Vidyut Chakravarti ji, Vice Chancellor, Vishwa Bharati, Dr. S.K. Varsne, Head International Corporation DST, Professor Balram Pani, Dean Colleges, University of Delhi, Professor Ashok Prasad, Head and Dean, Professor A.K. Bagi, and Madhav Govind ji, President, Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati. Namaskar and welcome to all of you to this valedictory session of this 2 days conference. I will not take much time because I know like it is, we are already late, but we cannot end up any conference without thanking all the people who has really done and work hard for making it a grand success. You will agree that this is really a great success. When we started this, then we had a confusion. We are doing a conference on a very particular person. What would be the shape? What would be the outcome? But when I am standing couple of seconds before the end of official closing of this 2 days conference, if I see the crowd is still present in the hall, that really says that it was a great success. Over the past 2 days, we had several lectures, 9 plenary lectures, 33 oral presentations, 42 poster presentation, 2 keynote lectures. We have discussed all the aspects of Acharya Praful Chandra Ray, and we have come across his dedication, his vision of life and science and education. So this is really a great thing that we have done. It's like, he is a kind of forgotten hero from our pre-independence time. But I'm sure that the young generation at least will have a right footprint and they will have really a great achievement from that. So I would like to start the thanking people, and if I am really in a hurry because I know it's too late, so if I miss someone, please apologize me for that. So yesterday we had Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, Delhi University, as a chief guest. I would really like to thank him for his impersonal talk. Then we had Mandeji, President, Vigyan Bharati, Biznana Bharati. It is in English, it is called a Biznana Bharati. In Hindi, it is called Vigyan Bharati, for his presence over here and his talk. Then we had eminent guest on the dais, Professor Balram Pani, Professor Sri Prakash, Director, South Campus. So I would also like to thank all these dignitaries who were present yesterday on the dais. I also would like to thank all the members present currently on the dais, especially Minister Sir. We know like it currently Parliament is going on and he has spent time. We are really thankful to you, sir. I would also like to thank Vigyan Bharati, Indraprastha Vigyan Bharati and Ministry of Culture for their extended, endless support in organizing this conference. I would also like to thank all the participants. Several are present currently online. They could not come because of their personal reasons. So I would like to thank all the people who participate, all the delegates who participated in this conference to make it a grand success. I also would like to thank all the volunteers, because it's a huge list. If you see the list, it's a really huge list. And they really worked hard day and night to make it grand success. I would also like to thank all the advisory committee member, organizing committee member of this conference. And Manniya Sri Jayant Sahas Buddhi ji for his margdarshan. When we started this journey, we requested him for the support, his margdarshan, and he is not currently here because of meetings, but he wished to stay with us, but he is not here. But I would also like to thank Jayant sir for his margdarshan. He is really a torch bearer for us. Any conference, if we do, the food is very important. And so far, we haven't received any complaint for the food. So we really would like to thank Manu, the Jhuma Catering owner of this event. He really did a great job for us. So I'm going to end my talk here and thanking. But before ending it, I would like to request all the delegates present in the hall, please join us for the high tea. Thank you very much.
Please wait. We are going to... Please stand on your seat for
Please
national...
wait, please wait,
Sorry.
please wait for the national anthem, please.
सामूहिक राष्ट्रगान हेतु सब अपने स्थान पर खड़े हों, बच्चे पीछे चले नहीं। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। सभी का धन्यवाद।